Uh, Hello there. So, anybody who wants to join? Jason is driving, and when he gets home, he's going to decide if he's too tired to come on or not. The thumbnail is Rabbi David Shochat, and Rabbi Shochat passed away last week. Um, Hey, Dolly, long time no see. I saw you were on very briefly. I hope on Friday. It would be nice to actually get to talk to you. Um, so Rabbi Shochat was the older brother. He was one of the senior rabbis in Chabad, in internationally. Um, the Rebbe was actually the Masader Kedushin, the person who the Rebbe performed his wedding himself, right? So he was that close to the Rebbe. And his younger brother, Rabbi Ezra Shochat, is the Rosh Yeshiva of Or El Chana Chabad here in Los Angeles. Um, his younger brother, Emmanuel Shochat. If you've watched many of the older Jewish debates, Rabbi Shochat was Rabbi Emmanuel Shochat. He did a lot of the debates way back when for Jews for Judaism. Really interesting guy. And he passed away. Rabbi Emmanuel Shochat passed away a few years ago, but a blessed memory. Um, Rabbi David Shochat passed away, and his nephew is actually my rabbi at Chabad at USC. I did one chapter of the Mishnah of Avodah Zarah. There's a Jewish tradition to study Mishnayot, because it's the same. Mishnah is the same letters as neshama, which means soul. That's one of the reasons given, in memory of people who've passed away. And so I explain it in my video on Avodah Zarah 1. So I'm going to do all 5 of those chapters sometime between now and the end of February. So just thought I would mention that. And a friend of mine, there were a series of sources from various rabbinic texts that we were talking about for a super secret reason I won't mention. And thought I would go ahead and look up some of these sources. There was a particular piece of the Talmud about Noah, which I wanted to look up. Or we can talk about anything anybody else wants to talk about. Where was that? No, that wasn't it. There was a thing which talks about the animals on Noah's Ark, and well, we should actually do this. So Genesis 12. Where was that? Sorry, I didn't prepare this very well. I was busy right before the video started. Genesis 1:1? Well, let me pull up Safaria. There it is, Sanhedrin 108b. Okay. Buenas noches, Matthew. Gestalt as always. If you have a particular topic you're interested in, Sanhedrin 108b. So, Sanhedrin, Talmud, Sanhedrin, 108b. Okay. Okay, Sanhedrin. What's that? Okay. Rabatat. What is the meaning of that which is taught, written, a contemptible torch in the thought of him that is at ease, a thing ready for them whose foot slips? This teaches that Noah the righteous would rebuke the people of his generation, and he said to them statements that are harsh as torches. Kelapidim. So a lapid is a torch. And they would treat him with contempt. They said to him, "Old man, why are you building this ark?" Noah said to them, "The Holy One, blessed be he, is bringing a flood upon you." They said to him, "A flood of what?" If it is a flood of fire, we have another item, and it is called alita, and it is fireproof. And if it is a flood of water that he brings, if he brings the water from the earth, we have iron plates with which we plate the earth to prevent the water from rising. And if he brings the water from the heavens, we have an item, and it is called ekev. And some say it is called ikesh, which will absorb the water. Noah said to them, "If he wishes, he will bring the water from between your feet, and you can do nothing to prevent it, as it is stated, from them whose foot slips." It is taught in a Braita, the waters of flood were as hard and thick as semen, as it is stated, for them whose foot slips, foot being a euphemism, so there is no actual Hebrew word for penis, and so foot and penis are actually the same word in Hebrew. Rav Chisda says, with hot semen they sinned, and with hot water they were punished. As it is written here at the conclusion of the flood, and the waters assuaged, and it is written there, then the king's wrath was assuaged. Esther 7:10. Just as the term assuaged, let me see what the actual Hebrew there is. I mean, I could look right here. Kativ hacha v'yeshku hamayim hatam v'chamat hamelech shakaka. Okay. There is referring to the heat of Ahasuerus's wrath, so to assuaged with regard to the flood is referring to the hot heat of the waters. With regard to the verse, and it came to pass that after 7 days the waters of the flood were upon the earth, the Gemara asks, what is the nature of these 7 additional days? Rav says, these were the days of mourning for the death of Methuselah. And this is to teach you that eulogies for the righteous prevent calamities from ensuing. Alternatively, after 7 days means that the Holy One, blessed be He, altered the order of creation for that generation, i.e., in 7 days He reversed the process of creation, so that the sun would emerge in the west and the set in the east. Alternatively, it means that the Holy One, blessed be He, designated a substantial period for them, 120 years, to repent, and thereafter designated a brief period for them, an additional 7 days, as a final opportunity for them to repent. Alternatively, after 7 days means that during those 7 days, God gave them a foretaste of the delights of the world to come, which will be actualized during the 7th millennium, so that they would know that what munificence their sins prevented them from receiving. With regard to the verse of every kosher animal you shall take to you by 7s, husband and wife, ish ve'ishto, the Gemara asks, is there marriage for animals? Rabbi Shmuel Bar Nachmani says what Rabbi Yonatan says. The reference is to those animals with which the transgression of relations with another species was not performed. Therefore, the Torah underscores that the animals that entered the ark were husband and wife. The Gemara asks, from where did Noah know which animals were not involved in that transgression? Rabbi Chisda says he passed them before the ark. All animals that the ark accepted, it was known that a transgression had not been performed with them, and any animal that the ark did not accept, it was known that a transgression had been performed with it. Rabbi Abahu says, Noah took onto the ark only from those animals that came on their own, as it appeared that they were sent from heaven, and they were certainly fit for this purpose. With regard to the verse, make you an ark of gopher wood, Genesis 6:14, the Gemara asks, what is gopher wood? Rav Ada says that they say in the school of Rab Shela This is wood from the Mavliga tree, and some say that it is wood from the willow Gulamish tree. With regards to the verses at Sohar, you shall make for the ark, that usually gets translated as window or something. Rabbi Yochanan says that the Holy One, blessed be He, said to Noah, set precious stones and jewels in the ark, so that they will shine for you in the afternoon, Tahorayim. So Tahar and Tahorayim. Hello, Kirk. How you doing?
Shalom, Jacob.
How are you doing, Kirk?
I'm doing well. I was sick for the past couple of days, but I'm feeling a little bit better.
Well, you should not get sick anymore. That's prohibited. With regard to the verse, and to a cubit you shall finish it above.
What are we reading about?
We're just reading through an Agadata of Sanhedrin 108b regarding Noah. The Gemara explains that in that manner, having been built wide as at its base and narrow at its top, the ark would stand upright and would not capsize. Okay. With regard to the verse, with lower second and third stories shall you make it, it was taught in a Braita. The bottom story was for manure, the middle story was for animals, and the top story for people. Tahtit shenit ta'aseh. Huh.
Is Safari's translation generally good?
It's Rabbi Adin Steinsaltz's translation.
And that's generally a good thing?
Rabbi Steinsaltz was a much better man than I, that's for sure.
Yeah, but being a better man doesn't make you a better Hebrew.
He definitely knew Hebrew better than I do, and Aramaic. Rabbi Steinsaltz was one of the most prominent and
I believe a Chabad
rabbis. Yes, he was a Chabad Chassid, but generally he was more known and respected outside of Chabad than inside of Chabad. He was very prominent, mostly in the Zionist camps. With regard to the verse, and he sent forth the raven, religious Zionist that is, which went forth to and fro until the waters were dried up from the earth. Resh Lakish says, he wrote a commentary on the Tanya, but that's not what he was known most for. He was mostly known for his translation of the Talmud. What does the flood mean to me? Good question.
Is it literal in your opinion?
What do you mean by literal?
Like, do you believe there actually was a physical ark as described in the Bible and the flood and it all happened?
I personally believe there was a miraculous event which is beyond our comprehension somehow.
I mean, fair enough.
Resh Lakish says, the raven provided a convincing response to Noah. When it did not wish to leave the ark, the raven said to him, your master, God, hates me, and you hate me. Your master hates me, as he commanded to take from the kosher species 7 and from the non-kosher species 2. And you hate me, as you disregard those from the species of 7, i.e. the kosher birds, and instead dispatch one from the species of 2, the non-kosher bird. If an angel of heat or an angel of cold harms me and kills me, will the world not be lacking one species of creature, as there was only one pair of ravens? or perhaps you are sending me because it is my wife that you need in order to engage in intercourse with her.
Noah's wife?
No, the raven is saying that to Noah. He's like, why are you sending me out of the ark when there's all these other birds that there's 7 pairs of, and there's only 1 pair of ravens, and you're sending me, right? So, like, are you trying to get rid of me so you can take my wife? Noah said to the raven, wicked one, Rasha, if with the woman who is generally permitted to me, my wife, intercourse is forbidden to me, then with regard to domesticated and undomesticated animals, which are generally forbidden to me, it is not all the more so the case that they are forbidden to me. No, Matthew, that's not dodging the question. The Gemara asks, and from where do we derive that it was prohibited for them to engage in intercourse while in the ark? The Gemara answers, it is derived from that which is written, and you shall come into the ark, you and your sons and your wife and your sons' wives with you. And it is written, emerge from the ark, you and your wife and your sons' wives with you. And Rabbi Yochanan says, from here the sages derived and said that it was prohibited to engage in intercourse while in the ark, as when Noah and his family entered, the husbands and wives were listed separately, and when they emerged, the husbands were listed with their wives. Interesting. I never noticed that before.
Are animals prohibited from having intercourse with other animals in the ark?
Yes, apparently.
I didn't know animals could even be prohibited to anything.
Well, that's actually part of the reason we're reading this, is because it mentions God punishing the animals for misbehaving. Okay, the sages taught 3 violated that directive and engaged in intercourse while in the ark, and all of them were punished for doing so. They are the dog and the raven and Ham, son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. What does that mean? Nikshar. Is it referring to how dogs? Let me see what Rashi says. That's interesting and strange. Hello, John.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. What did you want to say?
I just figured I would. I mean,
join in?
I would join in.
You are very welcome to join in. Okay, so I'm trying to see what any of the commentaries say it means by.
What's the echo?
By the dog. Oh, that is. I think that's John. I muted you, John. You can unmute yourself when you want to speak. Okay.
Do you prefer Rashi or?
I always go to Rashi first, but yeah, John, you're echoing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I always go to Rashi, but Rashi didn't have a commentary there.
So you prefer Tosafot when there's not a Rashi, or?
Tosafot is a commentary on Rashi usually. It's very rare that Tosafot will comment on the Talmud without there being a Rashi. Pirush Kashahu Bo'el B'Nasat Ever Bekushi. Yeah, so this is actually the case with with dogs. If you've ever seen dogs mating, it takes them.
It's called nodding.
Yeah, it's called nodding. Yeah, it takes them about an hour to get.
It depends. It varies, but it could take up to that. Yeah.
Yeah. כמו הברזל שקוראים בערבי ג'ינג'ל. I have no idea what that is. Okay, שתולן בו הסל ולכן יכול להשתמט על פי שהילדים מכים בו והוא רץ מהם עלינו פשוט שישתמש שלו ביזוי מאוד ונחשב. So he's saying that this causes a dog to be to be scorned, especially, I mean, he says like even children will throw things at dogs and the dogs won't be able to get away. So that's what the world generally explains. Ach harama zal, I am not sure who this Rama he is talking about is. Havi pirush acher shahu nekshar b'shloshetan shelo yazik achar hamachila pirush ze lo yitachen hayesh kama chayot shetzarich לקשרן בשלושתן שלא יזיקו בעוד קשר. So he says that this doesn't make sense because it's not just dogs or these three which have this situation.
This trait.
Yeah.
Well, here's an interesting thing, and maybe this is a bit of a stretch, but like if that thing that's being discussed in Talmud is like, what could the animal's punishment be for disobeying God? This could have implications for like, if aliens are real, like theoretically God could obligate them.
Kirk, you're going off like I have no idea where that came from. Okay, so
just non-humans being obligated.
Right. So God can command anything. So the Ben Ish Chai is now going to give his own reasons. Kelev nikshar, klomar she'eno yechol lahazriya b'chol pa'am sheba'al ki'im b'koshi ka'adam hanikshar al yedei kshafim. She'eno yechol lahazriya Ken hakelav be'ilotav eno mazriya b'hem. So he's saying that there's a sort of binding which makes dogs less fertile. Like a human who may have been cursed through witchcraft. I mean, this, obviously isn't a physical reality. There's this, it's saying that a raven inseminates through its mouth, which isn't true. Shemotzi zera mipiv lapi nekeva b'dvar zeh gam ken chashiv lekatov shekum peshel mata. Let's see what Chidushe Agadot says. Yeah, that's Nechama Leibowitz used this. Interesting. Why did Nechama Leibowitz come up with this? Okay, I have no idea. Okay. The dog and the raven and Ham, son of Noah. The dog was punished in that it is bound. The raven was punished in that it spits. And that's how people are explaining the Orav V'cham, Orav Rock, Ham Lakava Orav. Interesting. And Ham was afflicted in his skin. Let me see if
Black skin is a curse.
I mean, that's Ham was cursed. I mean, what exactly that curse was is a different thing. Yeah, Rashi says that, which is surprising. Okay. With regard to the verse, and he sent forth the dove from him to see if the waters abated. Rabbi Yirmiyah says, so if you don't know the story of Rabbi Yirmiyah, Rabbi Yirmiyah was
a Tanai or
was he a Tana? I mean, he's speaking in Hebrew, so that would mean he's a Tana. But he may have been a Tana, but he famously got kicked out of the Beit Midrash because he would ask too many stupid questions.
I read a incident in Bava Kama where he's saying like, what's the halacha if you have a bird's body and then a bird's foot like 40 feet away from each other? Do you have to return it?
Right, that's the famous case of Rabbi Yirmiyah where he asks, what if one foot is on is this side of the boundary and that is on that side of the boundary? Yeah, I mean, agadot usually are, but again, you have to try to have. I mean, you have to start with the pshat. You can't just jump into the gematrias immediately. But yeah, I mean, obviously, this is not a whatchamacallit.
Halakhic.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not halakhic, but like even trying to understand it, al pi pshat. Honestly, a lot of people people will simply, while they will translate these parts, they will just skip them.
Can Noahide study all the Agadah they want?
Nope. Okay. Generally, there's no reason for a Noahide to study Agadot. Well, I mean, this was the part, but here, we can keep on going for a little bit. With regard to the verse, and her mouth was an olive branch plucked off, taraf. Rabbi Elazar says, the dove said before the Holy One, blessed be he, master of the universe, may my sustenance be bitter as the olive and dependent on your hands, and not sweet as honey and dependent on the hands of flesh and blood. The Gemara asks, from where may it be inferred that taraf is a term indicating sustenance? The Gemara answers, it is inferred from that which is written, feed me, hatrifeni, with my allotted portion. With regard to the verse, after their kind, lemishpachotehem, they emerged from the ark. Rabbi Yochanan says, after their kind, lemishpachotam, the animals emerged, but not them, hem, themselves, as some of the animals that entered the ark died during that year, and it was their descendants that emerged. Interesting. Okay, so that's how he understands Mishpachotehem. Okay. Yeah, that was not very informative, at least to me. John, were there other things? I'm trying to see what you... The thing from Rabbeinu Bechaye...
If you're asking the kind of relevance and why it's interesting, it's just as it was already brought up, as Kirk mentioned, it's brought up as something that's interesting in that we see here that animals can be prohibited
Yeah,
and they can receive specific punishments from
and the
Hashem.
reason I brought up aliens is because I believe it was like there's an idea that aliens can't have free will because they didn't have God's soul breathed into them, I believe, or something like that.
That's because most people would say if there are aliens, those aliens are angels. Rabbeinu Bachaya. Let's open up Rabbeinu Bachaya and see if I can find this. Rabbeinu Bachaya is really long. Oops, where'd it go? Please open up Rabbeinu Bachaya. Oh, there is a translation of Rabbeinu Bachaya. Okay. So Rabbeinu Bachaya. Sorry, John, I muted you because you were what you call it. You can unmute yourself, but like, please remember to mute yourself because it's really hard to hear when you're echoing. Hey, Sandy.
Hey.
How are things in Toronto?
They are good. Things are pretty good here. But you're reading Hebrew, so I'm like, oh.
Well, I mean, we were actually, I mean, mostly just reading the English, but.
Well, that's fine.
Oh, this is Rabbeinu Bachaya ben Asher. I don't know if I have.
The father is the Rosh.
No. Rabbeinu Bachia is not the son of the Rosh. No. You're thinking of the Torah. I mean, Asher is a common Hebrew name. Yeah, I don't know where to find this. Parshat Bereshit, Daf Yud Bet Amud Bet. Yeah, I don't know where to find this Rabbeinu Bachaya. I'm gonna have to ask because that's. Let me see if they have a commentary. Of Rabbeinu Bachaya. Yeah, I have no clue where the original of this is. Oh, it's Kad HaKamach. Kad HaKamach. Interesting. Okay, I didn't even know about this book. Yeah, I have no clue what this book is. Sorry. Is this very boring, people?
Now, while you're looking it up, what is it referencing from your?
Good question, but we're not going to talk about that.
Or not?
My friend John has had certain questions about something from something which he doesn't want to talk about, but he wanted to look up the references, and I thought looking up the references was interesting, but I can't even find the references.
Is
What's
John Jewish?
difference?
John is
What's the difference between where you were and where you, like, what we're looking for him?
So
'Cause-
so there's two ways of finding things in a Jewish library. There are commentaries, and you can find the commentaries. The good thing about Sefaria is, so for example, let's say we go to, so you go to Genesis 1:1, right? And then Sefaria has hyperlinked all of the various stuff which come back here, which is why Sefaria is absolutely awesome. Like it really has a lot of like the hyperlinks is absolutely awesome.
Uh-huh.
Now, even if you didn't have the hyperlinks, so let me pull up a page of the Rabbinic Bible for you. Let me see if I can find a page.
It's a Mikriot Gedolot.
And
Correct.
the page you were on, it had the Rabbeinu Bahai. Is it?
Yeah.
What is it? Bachia?
Yeah.
And
Bachia.
Bachia.
Don't worry about it. Whatever. Yeah.
No, I was just curious. Okay, I'm just curious. I was looking for Google to see, and I don't know if you're. Because it said Asher. Oh wow.
Okay.
Nice.
So this is what a page of the Rabbinic Bible looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And so the very large script on the right, that is the Bible itself. And then each little section you see is a different commentary.
Usually like Targum and Rashi, I believe.
So on the left, that it says Onkelos. That's the Targum Onkelos. Below it is Siftei Chachamim, which actually was a printer who did a collection of various commentaries, and it's very good. And then next to it, it says Rashi, and that's the Rashi in the Rashi script. And then on the next page is Yonatan ben Uziel is actually, that's a mistake. There's no Targum Yonatan ben Uziel on the Torah, the 5 books of Torah. That's actually Targum Yerushalmi, but people made a mistake and saw Targum Yerushalmi, and they thought it was Targum Yonatan, and it's not. Then it has Evan Ezra, then it has Ramban, that's Nachmanides, Sforno, Ora Chaim, and Kli Yakar, and Minchat Shai. And on the right side, there's the Rashbam, and Minayin HaMitzvot LeMaharam Heges. I have no idea who that is. But so this version has all of these commentaries on. So this is Shemot. This is
Exodus.
Yeah.
Do you own a copy of Mikriot Gedolot?
I do not have a copy of Mikrot Gedolot. mostly because it's
It's
really
expensive.
bulky, and the cheap prints you can get, which you can get, they're just they they're really hard to read, and the expensive ones are retypeset and stuff and are really nice, but they're really expensive and they're huge. I mean, so each of the 5 books of Moses is usually the size of a good sized dictionary. And if you want the entirety of the Bible, it's the size. A Mikrot Gedolot will be the size of a encyclopedia set. So yeah, I never
Jesus.
had one. What?
That's pretty crazy.
It's the Rabbinic Bible, and this is where the King James version of the Bible came from. Actually, was from the Rabbinic Bible. So, yes, that's Rabbein. That is Rabbeinu Bachya that we were looking at.
Do you usually read so Jews are obligated, I believe, to read Shnayim Mikra, so you're supposed to read the Torah portion with Rashi?
Well, with Targum Onkelos is what you're supposed to do. I mean, only Jewish males are required. I was never able to keep up with that, but yes, you're supposed to read twice each week the weekly portion. Once you can do what if to make it easy, what you can do is read it once in addition to the time you read it in synagogue on Shabbat, and then the third time, if you don't understand Aramaic, it's fine to do a different commentary, which a lot of people will do it with Rashi. More scholarly people, so for example, I'm pretty sure Yosef and Chezi will each year pick one commentary and do the Targum with one commentary. So, if they do Onkelos, they'll do Onkelos. If they don't do Onkelos, they'll do Rashi or Ramban. Or if you're really going to do the long ones, Ibn Ezra, Ibn Ezra is pretty long. Yeah.
Yeah, this is an interesting Torah portion because it's about Yitro, which is the giving of the 10 Commandments.
Okay.
Is the 10 Commandments, is that usually a Christian thing, or is there an idea in Judaism that there's a special sanctity to it as well?
There is no special sanctity to any particular part of the Torah over any other part of the Torah, but the 10 Commandments were given publicly, which is why there are some unique aspects to it. Saul, how you doing?
Shalom. Doing great. Thank you for having me.
Hello. You are very welcome. People apparently very much enjoyed. I actually really enjoyed the Tanya Shir. It was nice having somebody there who knew more than I do.
Baruch Hashem. It was a very lofty Tanya study, that's for sure. I enjoyed studying with you.
Tanya studies are lofty. Tanya studies are definitely lofty. John, was there anything else? I can't find the Rabbeinu Bachaya. Was there anything else? I mean,
no, that was the only one that I was really that and a few of the other ones that I mentioned that are also very obscure are the only ones that I was really wondering about. So I mean, whatever comes up, yeah, in this mishmash of Bible study topics, is cool. Thank you for going over that Noah's Ark one.
Yeah. I'm sorry I can't find the Rabbeinu Bachai. I'm okay. I actually kind of want to ask Rabbi Wagner probably about that one at some point, but we'll talk about that later. But so Saul actually knows the Kabbalistic stuff that I don't. Like I usually don't go into the writings of Reb Chaim Vital and the Zohar and stuff like that, which were some of the more obscure stuff. Yeah, but Saul wanted to talk about some of the Kabbalistic stuff. We could do that because Fraud is really excited about Saul talking about the Kabbalistic stuff.
Yeah, or well, it depends on how. Obviously, it's open section, so it's open session. So I'm free to elaborate and to go off into the worlds with you guys tonight.
Okay. Saul, if I may ask, is there any so you know a lot about Kabbalah?
I'm just a regular guy. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I really love Torah. That's the truth. I don't know if I know a lot. I don't know if I know a little. To some people, I know a lot. To some people, I know a little.
Do you have any teacher who taught you this?
Of course. Obviously, you can't learn this without a teacher.
Okay, and is there something that got you into Kabbalah to begin with, or?
I think I shared this a couple streams ago. It was the Torah's teachings of Gilgal Neshemot.
Okay, yeah, because you're a convert, right?
Correct. A ger. In this life.
I don't know much Kabbalah, but I have seen Jacob study Tanya, which isn't quite. I mean, Hasidus it doesn't incorporate Kabbalah, but it's more. It simplifies it, or it makes it more understandable.
Well,
Yep.
it is something that the Hasidic masters. It is those teachings which the Hasidic masters thought were relevant to be taught in these generations to the masses. Let's put it that way.
Well, the stuff I have seen that is sort of relevant is there are some like Musar Kabbalah, like the Hafetz Chaim in his books on against Lashon Hara. There are certain Kabbalistic concepts about like how dangerous Lashon Hara can be for the Neshama. So you can even incorporate it into like ethical teachings like that.
Okay, so doing that, I mean, the fact is that the Hasidic way of looking at things has pervaded pretty much all of Orthodox Judaism. When it first started, it was controversial, but Reb Chaim Volozhin, when he wrote Nefesh HaChaim, in a way opened a door. Ooh, Rabbi Mullet, hey, would be interested in your views here, but so when Reb Chaim Volozhin published Nefesh HaChaim, that in a sense made it more acceptable generally to discuss certain topics in public, and the Sephardic writers to some extent, I mean, you might even say going back all the way to Nachmanides, would discuss certain topics publicly, and so it became actual Kabbalistic studies. People who actually study Kabbalah will study it not in public. Teaching Kabbalah in public is forbidden, and everyone agrees to that, including Hasidim. Concepts from the Kabbalah are sometimes, some would say often, taught in public, but only those things. It would be a mistake to imagine that everything that there is to be taught in the Kabbalah is equally and openly taught in the same manner as things which are mentioned, for example, in the writings of Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, like Derech Hashem, the Way of God, or
Or like the
Rabbi,
Chofetz Chaim.
or the Chofetz Chaim, yes.
I have recently grown a little bit on the Chofetz Chaim. Because I have seen there have been many rabbinic voices that have talked in the Noahide community about Lashon Hara actually being prohibited in Ben Noah. So I'm trying to practice on it.
I am not sure you can say that it is an actual Torah prohibition. Although, I mean,
Some opinions count it as Gezel, but
I mean, I could imagine for many reasons why someone should, refrain from it. Certainly, regardless, Lashon Hara is it's not actually slander. It's because
Gossip.
slander would be because slander only applies if it's not true. But even telling people about gossip, things
like
that are
that kid over there is fat.
well, I mean that's that's not really Lashon Hara. That's just being rude. Lashon Hara requires revealing something that's not already known, widely known.
Okay.
Yeah.
But the principle for Jews and for Ben Noach is like if you say negative things about someone else's character, it's in a sense stealing from their identity.
It's not even just negative things. So like Rabbi Mullet said, onat devarim, right, which is just being a rude and horrible person, like pointing out somebody is fat for no good reason. That's a different prohibition. I mean, we can look at Maimonides. Maimonides actually has a very short. It's like a single chapter on Lashon Hara. Rabbi Mullet, do you remember where Lashon Hara is in?
Hijos Dios?
Yeah, it's in. Okay, it's in Hilchot Deot. Do you remember which chapter?
I do not remember which chapter.
Okay, let me see if I can find it. Maimonides. That's what Rabbi Google is for. Chapter 7, Hilchot Deot. Are you guys looking at this? You guys are not looking at this. Here. I have no idea why they translate Deot as human dispositions, but there we go. Chapter 7. One who spies on his fellow transgresses a negative commandment, as it is states, do not go tale-bearing among your people. And even though we do not give lashes on the thing, it is a great transgression, and it causes the killing of many souls in Israel. Therefore, it is adjacent to the same verse to do not stand upon the blood of your neighbor. Go out and learn this from what happened to Deog, the Edomite.
I believe this is what, like, the killing analogy is one of the reasons given, because I have read, like, for why some hold Ben Noach are prohibited from this.
Who is a talebearer? Rachil, one who carries things and goes from one to another and says, so did X say, such and such did I hear about X. Even though it is the truth, he destroys the world.
Because there's no good reason to talk about it.
Okay, Kirk, Shah. There is a much greater sin than this. and it is included in this negative commandment, and that is evil speech, lashon hara, and that is the one who speaks disparagingly about his fellow, even though it is true. But one who speaks falsely is called the producer of a bad reputation, motzi shemra, about his fellow. But about this master of evil speech that sits and says, X did so and so were his ancestors, so and so did I hear about him, and says disparaging things about this one, the verse states, Psalms 12:4, may the Lord cut off all flattering lips. I think that's, siftei halakot. Flattering, I mean, literally, it's forked lips. Every tongue that speaks arrogance. The sages said, Yerushalmi, there are 3 sins for which people are punished in this world and have no share in the world to come: idolatry, forbidden sexual relations, and bloodshed. And evil speech is equal to all of them all. I have to say, rabbis sometimes exaggerate. That does not mean that evil speech is, you might as well go and murder people. And the sages also said that anyone who speaks evil speech is a heretic, as it states, they say, by our tongues we shall prevail, with lips such as ours, who can be our master? And the sages also said that evil speech kills 3 people: the person who said it, the person who hears it, and the person who it was said about. And the person who hears it more so than the person who says it. That's why you should never believe gossip. There are things that are derivatives, literally dust, of evil speech. How is this? One who says, who will tell X what he should continue to be like he is now? Or be quiet about X. I don't want to tell what happened and what was with him. And similar to these matters. So for example, like, don't ask me about Kirk. I don't want to tell you. That's the thing. And any who speaks positively about his fellow in front of the latter's enemies, behold, this too is a derivative of evil speech, as this one is causing these enemies to speak disparagingly about the people he spoke about. And in this fashion, Solomon said, one who blesses his companion loudly in the early morning, it will be considered a curse for him. As for from his benefit will come his injury. And so too one who speaks evil speech in the way of joking and lightheadedness. I don't like this translation. Meaning to say that he does not speak with hatred. That is what Solomon said in his words, like a madman shooting firebrands, arrows, and death, and says, was I not joking? And so too one who speaks evil speech in the way of deceit, and that is when he speaks innocently, as if he did not know that this thing that he spoke is evil speech. But rather, when he is rebuked about it, he says, I did not know that this thing is evil speech, or that such were the actions of X. It is the same whether one speaks evil speech in front of his fellow, the subject of the evil speech, or not in front of him. And one who recounts things that if they will be heard causes damage to his fellows, to his body or to his property, or even will just upset him or frighten him. Behold, this is evil speech. And it is said in front of 3 listeners, the matter is already heard and considered known. So this is something that the Chafetz Chaim spends a long time explaining. People take overly too much, but generally If something is already widely known, it's not considered gossip. And so if one of the three recounts the thing another time, there is no evil speech in this. And this is when he does not intend to amplify it and reveal it more. All of these are masters of evil speech, such that it is forbidden to live in their neighborhood, and all the more so to sit with them and hear their words. And the decree of our forefathers in the wilderness was only decreed because of evil speech alone. One who takes revenge against his fellow transgresses a negative commandment, as it states, Deuteronomy 19:18, do not take a revenge. And even though he is not given lashes, it is a very evil disposition. Rather, it is fitting that a person be indulgent above his instincts about all matters of the world. As to those that understand, they are all matters of vanity and emptiness, and it is not worthwhile to take revenge for them. What is revenge? His fellow said to him, lend me your hatchet. He said back to him, I will not lend it to you. The next day, the fellow needs to borrow from him. His fellow said to him, lend me your hatchet. He said back to him, I will not lend to you the same way you did not lend to me when I asked you. Behold, that is taking revenge. Rather, when his fellow comes to borrow, he should give it to him with a full heart and not treat him like the other treated him. And so too, all that is similar to these. And so did David say in his good characteristics, if I have dealt evil to my ally and who rescued, etc. And so too, anyone who begrudges one from Israel transgresses a negative commandment, as it is stated, and do not begrudge the children of your people. What is a grudge? Reuben said to Shimon, rent me this house or lend me this ox. And Shimon did not want. Some days later, Shimon comes to Reuben to borrow something from him or to rent something from him. And Reuben said to him, here you are. I am lending you, and I am not like you. I will not pay you back according to your deeds. One who does like this transgresses against, do not begrudge. But rather he should erase the matter from his heart and not begrudge him, as all the while that he begrudges the thing and remembers it, he may come to take revenge. Therefore, the Torah was exacting about a grudge until he erases the iniquity from his heart and not remember it at all. And this is the correct disposition that allows that civilization could be possible through it, and also commerce of people one with the other. Yes, I read through the entire Lashon Hara part, which is kind of funny to me when you look at like the writings of the Chafetz Chaim. He wrote a whole entire book about Lashon Hara, which takes you a long time to get through, and you can read the entire part in Maimonides rather shortly. But such is.
The charger by my bed.
Okay, I am hearing my neighbor talk about, I think, something. Okay. Anybody have anything to say? Come on, Kirk, I know you have something to say.
All right.
Hard saying.
So
Yes.
I don't know if it necessarily. This obviously doesn't necessarily tie in with Lashon Hara. There's a section in Kohelet that talks about eavesdropping on others. Don't eavesdrop because you yourself has said things about others. First, you hear something. It's in Ecclesiastes 7.
Mhm.
So a part in Mishlei in chapter 11 says a talebearer reveals secrets, but he who is faithful, he who has a faithful spirit, conceals a matter.
Mhm.
Right.
Right.
So
Yeah. I mean, Proverbs, Ecclesiastes. I have to say these are not necessarily halakhic things because they can be a bit much. Like, for example, it says answer a fool according to his folly, and it says don't answer a fool according to his folly. So like it's not, these are advice that as an adult you have to properly gauge how they apply in your life. But yes, you are correct.
or they're extremely esoteric books written for specific souls.
That too, that it's not either or. The fact is, we have to read things in at multiple levels, and the shot level, the clear level, the first level is something that pertains to every soul, and the other levels may not pertain particularly to you, um, or they may in fact resonate with you greatly. And yeah, like the famous story, four walked into the orchard, four walked into the pardes, which is where we get the English word paradise from. One of them died, one of them lost his mind, one of them became a heretic, and Rabbi Akiva, was it, walked in with peace and walked out with peace.
Right. Yep.
Trey,
Oh, Trey.
what are you printing today? How many surfboards have we got now?
None yet. I haven't been successful yet. So printing another surfboard, I'm trying to get to see if I can make it go faster. But
Okay, so my question is, with a 3D printer,
yeah.
how many times more expensive is printing a 3D surfboard than just buying one? 10, 20, 30 times more expensive?
Shortboard's like $600.
Okay, how much is it to print one?
Like, if I'm really bad, maybe like $200.
How much was the printer?
$400.
Well, sure, but then it also depends on how many surfboards you print or how many surfboards a printer can print before it breaks.
Right, but it also depends how many times you have to print different surfboards until you get it right, and, and what the quality of the printed surfboard is versus the one you buy. Yeah, Rick uploaded a video today of him printing a box.
Which Rick?
You don't know Rick. Rick is Paul Vanderklay's imaginary friend. Yes, so that is a passage from Chagiga 14, and it is Rabbi Akiva. What's so funny, Trey?
What's the name of the passage, Jacob?
Chagiga 14?
Oh, okay. Just checking.
You are so bad.
What's up, my?
Let me ask you this: if these four rabbis
Mhm.
entered into Pardes, and all four of them had a different experience,
Yeah.
and you, in your mind's eye, align these rabbis to each of the interpretations of the Torah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can?
I mean, I have certainly considered it. I'm not necessarily I mean, it is there is the fact there are 4 rabbis, but at the same time, I have to say that first of all, the question becomes: did Acher do teshuva or not? Does Acher in the end come back? And I would generally say that you should generally assume that that answer is yes. And then you can talk about the 4 sons in the Haggadah, right? So there's the Chacham, there's the Rasha, there's the Tam, and Eino Lishol, Yodea Lishol, right? The simple son and the one who does not know how to ask. So how those correspond with the 4 levels, and do all of them end in the same place? I would say generally you have to believe that all of them in some Rabbi Mullet says, isn't it explicit that he dies in sin and Rabbi Meir must redeem him in the next world? Yeah, but that means Rabbi Meir redeemed him.
One thing about Elisha ben Abuya is that I don't know if it's a midrash, but there's a situation where he's on a horse on the ruins of the Holy Temple, and Hashem says somehow tshuva comes up, and Hashem tells him everybody can make tshuva except for you. It's pretty harsh.
The story is that Rabbi Meir and Elisha ben Abuya Acher were walking on a Sabbath, and they got to the place where you can on the Sabbath not walk anymore to home Shabbat, which is a rabbinic injunction.
Right, and Elisha ben Abuya was counting the steps, and then the rabbi he said, "Rabbi, you need to go back. You've walked as many steps as you can." And then the rabbi said, "Return with me." Tshuva means return. Yeah. Why don't you return with me? Return with me, Elisha ben Abuya.
And a voice from heaven came out and said, "Anyone can do teshuva except for Elisha ben Abuya." John, I muted you again because you're echoing. And then what happens is when he dies, there's smoke coming out of. According to Rambam, to whom is the Oraita. I thought it was the Rabbanan, but yeah, sorry about that. So the question becomes like, what exactly happens to them? But I would say that the general answer is that even Acher at the end is redeemed. In a sense, we're universalists, but not in every sense.
So those are the 4 personality types, like that correspond to people's personality. Is it thought like that you're born with it, or that you acquire it at a certain point in life?
Well, I mean, each person has their own thing in life. So Rabbi Mullet explains that la halacha, the psak din, is that it is rabbinic, but obviously anything that Maimonides believes is deoraita. It is certainly permissible and laudatory to treat it more strictly, because Maimonides is Maimonides. As far as each individual soul, it's important to realize that, so halacha applies to everyone. There is a halacha that applies to everyone. Yet, at the same time, each person's relationship with God is individual. And it is important and necessary and fundamental to Jewish life that each individual person has an individual relationship with God himself.
So
Yes, you were saying Saul.
it's amazing things that the stories tell us about. For instance, like Rabbi Akiva was 40 years old by the time he started really studying.
Saul, something happened to your mic. It's really hard to understand you.
Here, I have a question. Here, one of the sources isn't at least part of it isn't it references the Isaiah 57:16. Maybe we can look that up.
Isaiah. What was it again?
57:16. It's about the souls. There are two souls in man, and I don't think it's referring to the animal soul and the divine soul. I think it's referring. Well, I mean, at least it's used to refer to one from the side of the klipot, and then one from another side, presumably a higher side of holiness. But whatever the reason for referencing it is, why not? I mean, it might be interesting to reference Isaiah 57:16 and see whatever it has to say.
Yeah. Okay. Please mute yourself. Okay. Ki lo la'olam ari v'lo lanetzach ektof ki ruach milfanai ya'atof u'neshamot ani asiti. For I will not contend forever, neither will I be always angry. But the spirit and the soul which I have made should faint before me. And it says the souls, uneshamot ani asiti, I made souls. So let's see what the commentaries say.
Is there a difference between souls and spirits?
Yes. So ruach is usually translated as spirit, and neshama is usually translated as soul. Although, I mean, in the Hebrew, we keep the actual language clear. Let me see what Rabbi Mullet says. Elisha ben Abuya is the one who reports about the bat kol, as I recall, and many understand this to be his own self-perception rather than true bat kol. Yeah, I heard that from Rabbi Breitowitz also. Prod and I both heard that. Another takeaway from that is that even if he himself would say one cannot do teshuvah, we don't listen to God in that case and will still repent. Because ein davar omed mipnei tshuva, and like it says, lo b'shamayim hi. I mean, if the rabbis say you can do teshuvah and God says no, God's wrong. That was a little bit of a joke on my part, but not too much. Okay. Neshamot. Okay, I'm not sure what he's saying there.
Are you guys able to hear me now?
Now we are.
Okay. There's many things to say about Elisha ben Abuya, otherwise known as Acher.
There definitely is.
One of the amazing things you can see from Acher is the power of Torah, right? How his learning was so great. And
Yeah.
Torah, and even Rabbi Meir would learn from him, like was already alluded to. I think he's even in Pirkei Avot as well.
Is Elisha ben? Yeah, he is. He is quoted in Pirkei Avot.
Yeah, I believe Hezi was
So
talking about
this
it.
is the Malbim on Isaiah 57:16. Ruach HaNeshamot. Biarti bepirsh Bereshit. I explained in the explanation on Genesis. Ki lifamim tihye neshama ketana meruach. It is possible that sometimes the soul, the neshama, is less than the spirit, ruach. Im yedaber rak al haneshama asher be'apav kol asher neshama be'apo. If it's talking about that part of the neshama which is in his nostrils, which all things have. Uzeh pirashti lamala. And I explained above chapter 42, I guess, of Isaiah. Noten neshama am aliyah. One who gives a spirit to the people of, to the ascendant people. Aval kashiyedaber bebechinat ha'etzem. But when you're talking essentially, haniskav, the great essence, hanikra ruach v'neshama, that is called spirit and soul, tihye neshama madriga gadola me'od. This soul is of a great degree. Al hachelek ha'eloki hanitzchi haniskav hashochen ba'adam, the great, holy, and eternal part that dwells in man. Klo bekavia, that has no gavia, that has no form. Ad et tipared v'tashuv lemekoma, till the instant when it leaves and returns to its very place. Ubazeh metzayer po, and that's what this is talking about. Haruach Chaim, the animating spirit, hamitlabesh umit'atef beguf adam, which is enclosed and faints in the, or I mean, the word atof here is translated as faint, but it also means to enwrap. In the body of a man, hu milfana, he before me. Aval haneshamot ani be'atzmi asiti, but the souls I have made by myself. Otam poel yadai, they are the work of my hands. V'chalki, and a piece of, and my piece. Lo rak milfanai, are not simply those things which come from before me. And I can't explain that any more than I did. Wow. He who understands, understands, which is not me. And yes, we can talk about the Messiah, Trey, if you want.
Okay. Well, I mean, the word that you were talking about in rap, that's probably in reference to the klipa. But yes, I would have to read that and contemplate it for a little while to understand.
Yeah, that Malbim. I mean, I love. So my go-to commentary on Nach is the Malbim, but he often talks about things which no clue. What's the question again? So I think you're asking about Trey's question, Rabbi. What's your question, Trey?
So the two messiahs, right? Are they said to be the same person? Are they said?
No. It's impossible for them to be the same person. One is from the tribe of Ephraim, and one is from the tribe of Judah. Christians will say that they're the same person.
Are they coming at the same time, or are they coming at different times?
They are coming in quick succession, according to pretty much everybody. I don't know why it particularly has to be that way. We mentioned Rabbi Emanuel Shochat. Rabbi Shochat wrote possibly the most definitive thing in that I have seen regarding the Josephite Messiah from a rabbi, a prominent rabbi. It's available on the Chabad website, and he says he quotes the Shnei Luchot Habrit, which is very late commentary. I mean, it's very recent. It's modern commentary, which says that it will happen within 5 years of each other. One thing that is clear is the Arizal himself, 500 years ago, seems to have been convinced that Mashiach ben Yosef is still alive. There are various ways of interpreting what Mashiach ben Yosef is, but the idea that Jesus, a single human being 2,000 years ago, was Mashiach ben Yosef is not widely accepted by anyone that I know of in Orthodox Judaism.
Right.
I think a much more acceptable a much more acceptable view, which is my view and hopefully is still acceptable, is that Christianity as a whole could be seen as a form of Mashiach ben Yosef. Who says which what, Rabbi? And the question on Isaiah was my friend John is looking up references for something he's translating, so that was one of the references he wanted more insight into. Yes, Trey.
Because I've been trying to figure out what the Messiah is going to look like, or what it could be.
I'll give you the best answer you will ever find in Acts 5. What does Gamliel say?
If it's good, whatever. But we have two different Messiahs, and one Messiah could come, and not everyone.
And it doesn't matter, because guess what? What God cares about is that you be a good person. So be a good person.
So I was reading the Wikipedia, and I'm from Wikipedia, but it seems the Rebbe was very much into Messianicism, right? Do you think that this idea of don't worry about it until later is something that has come after the Rebbe's claims have sort of failed?
The Rebbe, along with every single Orthodox rabbi who have ever heard has ever talked about anything, has said, and the Rebbe said, it doesn't matter. Yes, we believe in the coming of the Messiah. We spend our time doing good things and turning towards God in the hope that the Messiah will come. And it matters zero, absolutely zero, who the Messiah is, when he comes. There's no point in spending huge amounts of time trying to figure out, or in fact any amount of time trying to figure out. Now, I mean, if it inspires you to be a better person, okay, maybe that's permissible.
Could you?
If you need that sort of hope, maybe that's permissible. But when it comes down to it, there is nothing that says any identification of anyone as Messiah or not in any way affects what it means to be a good person or not a good person, and whether you should be a good person or not be a good person.
Okay. So do you think you could correct what they're saying on the Wikipedia for me, or give you some context why they would say that?
What are they saying on the Wikipedia?
I'll link it.
Because it's Wikipedia.
Of course.
So Rabbi Mullet, who says Yashka is Mashiach ben Yosef among Orthodox Jewish authorities? I am pretty sure that there are a few respected authorities who did say something to that effect. I don't actually have whatchamacallits. I don't actually have citations on me, but generally they said that to dismiss the idea that anyone could say he could possibly be the Messiah, because obviously Mashiach ben Yosef cannot be Mashiach ben David. And if I remember correctly, the idea was, if you were going to even say, then you would say he was Mashiach ben Yosef. You would never say he's Mashiach ben David. But yes, you are generally, yes, this is not an accepted idea. Although I do have to say, I did ask if it's heretical to say so. And I asked several rabbis, and nobody told me that it was heretical to say so, even though they believe that it's wrong. They did not say that it was heretical. Okay, why am I reading Wikipedia, and what does Wikipedia have to say?
Well, I want you to give context to why they would even say this, or why they would be doing this, because I am interested in the Rebbe's messianism, and it would be interesting to give more context to what Chabad is and how it spread.
Okay, so let me explain messianism. The Rebbe inspired a lot of people, and he talked a lot about the coming of the Messiah, as basically all great rabbis have for thousands of years. And because he was a great man, many people became convinced that he was the Messiah. And to the point where they would say things like, "Rabbi, are you the Messiah?" And he would say to them precisely what every other rabbi had said up until that. Why are you asking silly questions?
He wouldn't deny it.
He would not deny it, but as Rabbi Breidowitz pointed out, what was him denying it would mean that he knows who the Messiah is. He was, and apparently
So somebody could be the Messiah and not know it?
Gosh.
Yes, definitely. That is definitely, yes, that is a definite possibility. Yeah.
All right. Can I tune in?
Sure.
Can I say just a little bit? Because I think there's, I have my, I guess the Torah that I stand for, right? And specific Torah Jacob knows about, and it has to do with Gilgalim. Anybody dealing with the concept of Mashiach or or anything to do with that has to be interpreting it through Gilgalim. And this is how, and I think Jacob understands this.
Back up.
All
Explain who Gilgalim is for us.
Reincarnation.
Okay.
I don't know.
So okay.
Reincarnation? You don't know what reincarnation is?
Oh no. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Yep. Cool. I'm on page. Continue.
Okay. So this kind of leads us in, right, Jacob, to what we were kind of already talking about last week on the Discord. So
Rabbi Mullet is getting uncomfortable, so we're doing good things. You were saying.
Well, I guess it's time. So there's this concept of Rahaya Mahemna. Are you aware of this?
Raya
Bit-
Mahemna, the faithful shepherd. Yes.
Yes. This is found in Sefer HaZohar. I mean, a lot. There's a lot of
Yes, there is a section of the Zohar referred to as Raya Mahemna where it talks about Moses.
right. Well, he's also scattered throughout the entire Zohar in little bits of conversations. In the Zohar itself, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai is considered Rahai Mahemna. So
Okay.
this is very. I guess I can't say it's basic, but for anybody who's delved into the Kabbalah, it's a very basic idea that Rahaya Mahemna is with us in every generation and always. A matter of fact,
Okay.
he's actually
We're making Rabbi Mullet uncomfortable. Let's
Why?
Because we're discussing Zohar, and
Why is it bad to discuss Zohar?
it is not bad
so-
to discuss Zohar if you know how to discuss the Zohar, which nobody here does. As much as I love you, Saul, I am not convinced that your knowledge of Torah is enough to explain the Zohar. My knowledge of Torah is definitely not enough to explain Zohar. Yosef's knowledge of Torah is enough that when he explains something in Zohar, I accept it because he knows much more Torah than I do. And when certain rabbis, including, for example, in the Tanya, they explain things from the Zohar, because I don't know any better, I can rely on their explanations to the degree that I understand and explain things from the Zohar that they explained. But someone who is delving into the Zohar itself and trying to explain it has to be someone who understands enough of the rest of the Torah to have any credibility in being believed in his explanation of the Zohar. And so, if you don't know the entirety of the Talmud well, you generally should not just be quoting from the Zohar directly and trying to explain it. And I have to say, if you're reading from a translation of the Zohar, you probably shouldn't be reading that translation of the Zohar at all. Because reading a translation of the Zohar is a bad idea, TM. I am not aware of any translation of the Zohar which was done by any respectable rabbi. It's possible that someone has translated the Zohar to English. I don't know. I am not aware of a respectable rabbi who translated the Zohar to English.
I saw there's a translation by a guy named Daniel Matz, I believe.
I have no idea who that is, and he's certainly not a rabbi.
Is a question permissible?
Sure.
Okay, I'm going to try and frame it. Because the topic keeps coming up, and I don't spend a lot of time dwelling on it, but people keep talking about it. And so this is like maybe a 3-part question. Does there have to be a Messiah? Is God not enough? That's kind of like 1.5 portions of the question.
Okay.
And I was thinking that in terms of, so then, not resurrection. What was the reincarnation?
Mm-hmm. Well, while you think of that, let me answer your first question.
Okay.
there doesn't have to be anything. All that has to be is that which God desires. And God has desired that there be a Messiah. And because of that, then it has to be. Now, how God makes that happen is up to him. Let me answer Fraud's question. English translation, yes. So Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag apparently I have never read the Sulam. As I understand it, the Sulam is a commentary I have heard on the Zohar, and someone who knows Aramaic and Hebrew enough to study the Zohar with the Sulam. Ashrecha matov chelkecha. I personally don't know Aramaic very well, and I certainly don't know enough and Rabbi Mullet says this is triggering for some people only because of the way Christianity has totally warped, distorted, and perverted the concept of Messiah. I was about to say the exact same thing. Your question presumes an importance of the Messiah in a way that Christianity has funnily, so the number one thing I say to Christians is I wish Christians were actually messianic, because the word Christian means messianic, and the one thing Christians are not is messianic, which means looking forward to the coming of the Messiah. That's what messianic means, to look forward to the coming of the Messiah. And that's the one thing Christians don't do. Yes, Trey? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. There 3 messiahs, 4 messiahs, 10 messiahs, who cares?
But I don't understand it. That's like, help me understand, because you could say that, well, technically, because if you say the Messiah ben Yosef could be Christianity, then that means that we're saying that, like, the messiahs have different understandings of their fulfillments and everything like that. And I'm trying
Okay, so let's do the best thing we could possibly do, which is let's go to the Mishnah Torah of the great Rabbi Moses ben Maimon and read what he says in chapter 12. Now, not everyone agrees with everything that he says here, but anyone is certainly free to believe precisely what he says here, even if some of it may be controversial, and is certainly better off believing anything here than, frankly, most things written anywhere else. Don't think that in the days of the Messiah anything will change in the order of the world, or that there will be some innovation in the works of creation. Rather, the world will behave according to its custom. And I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of this translation. I don't think that he's saying that it has to be this way. He's saying that it could be this way, and you don't know. And what is written in Isaiah, and the wolf will live with the lamb, and the tiger will lie down with the kid, is a metaphor and a riddle. The idea is that Israel will dwell safely with the evil idol worshippers who are compared to a wolf or to a tiger. As it is said, a desert wolf will slaughter them, and a tiger will keep watch over their cities. And everybody will return to the religion of truth, and they will not steal and they will not destroy. Rather, they will eat the permitted things together with Israel, as it is said, and the lion, like the herd, will eat straw. And so too, all of the things like this on the topic of the Messiah are metaphors. And in the days of the King Messiah, it will be known to all what the metaphor is about and what is hinted at by them. The sages said there is no difference between the world and this world and the days of the Messiah, except for subjugation to foreign kings. It seems from the simple meaning of the words of the prophets that in the beginning of the days of the Messiah, there will be a war between Gog and Magog, and that before the war between Gog and Magog, a prophet will arise to strengthen Israel out and to prepare their hearts, as it is written, "Behold, I am sending you Elijah." And he is not come to make the pure impure, or to make the impure pure, and not to disqualify people who have been considered kosher, and not to certify those have been disqualified. Rather, to bring peace to the world, as it says, he will return the hearts of the fathers to their children. And there are those among the sages who say that before the Messiah will come, Elijah will come, and all of these things and things like them, people won't really know how it will be until it happens, because these things are not explicit in the prophet's words. And the sages also don't have a received tradition about these things, just an interpretation of the verses. Therefore, they argue about these things. And in any case, there's no order to these things happening, and the details of them is not necessary to the religion. And a person should never study the tales and or spend a long time on the Midrash told about these issues and things like them, and they shouldn't be made to be essential, since they bring about neither awe nor love. What is Rabbi Mullet saying? Those who have come out of Christianity may become allergic to Messiah based on their prior paradigms. The statement that Mashiach ben Yosef is Christianity, I find to be a very dangerous one. If you equate it with Rabbi Rav Kook's belief that Zionism could be, that Mashiach ben Yosef could be a movement that will, that is the idea, which I would say is similar to what Maimonides says about Christianity in general in chapter 11. Rambam's view here is itself the subject of a dispute in the Talmud, yes. But so, like, when it happens, it'll happen. And it makes no halachic difference. It makes no difference in the way you should live your life. Like, be a good person. Like, making this something, yes, people are very interested in it, and it inspires them. And because of how interested they are in it, and the fact that it does inspire them, especially during times when people may be dejected or have lost hope, and especially in times like, for example, after the Holocaust, maybe some rabbis thought it was particularly necessary to emphasize the possibility of the coming of the Messiah in order to keep people from losing their minds. I heard as much in the name of Rav Moshe Shapiro regarding the state of Israel possibly being Mashiach ben Yosef, but that is a far cry from saying that Christianity is so. How is it so different? The people who were saying that Zionism, which was condemned by all the great rabbis of the previous generation, is, in a sense, I mean, when you look in Sukkah, you have to see that Mashiach ben Yosef is not necessarily considered the most like, it is not the same thing as saying Mashiach ben David. And if you look in certain writings, there is much more. The fact is, for thousands of years, Christians claimed that the very concept of Mashiach ben Yosef was contrived by the rabbis to dismiss Jesus. And Rabbi Mullitz, we can talk about Zionism some other time. But only more recently, over the past 50, 60 years, when it has become clear that Mashiach ben Yosef is an idea that predates Christianity, especially through the Dead Sea Scrolls, that Christians have suddenly switched from saying what they used to say, which is this is a rabbinic idea that never existed, that was used to dismiss Jesus, to suddenly being an argument for Jesus. Yes, Trey.
Okay, I think I'm parsing it together. I understand the whole Christianity point, but I guess you're saying it's not important and everything like that. Why do we talk about like the age to come, or why do we even talk about reincarnation? Like, why is it even on the ballot? That doesn't help you make a good person, whether you know about reincarnation or not. Yet,
Oh, hold on. The 13 principles of faith there include one of the 13 principles of faith is to believe in the coming of the Messiah, and that is important. That is because it does affect whether or not you believe that there will be justice in this world, which is another principle of faith, which is that God will punish the wicked and reward the righteous. And so, no, these beliefs are actually very important.
So that was part of question 2 that I was going to ask is what is the relationship of the entire concept of reincarnation? Like when I think of the English word, it's talking about almost like a reactivation of some kind of the flesh.
Okay, so
in English, when you look at it, but
one reason we generally refer to Gilgulim as opposed to translating it to reincarnation is because people have all kinds of weird ideas about reincarnation already. And some people will translate it better to transmigration of souls.
So I'm asking that in the context of this had to have existed already in Eden or pre-Eden.
Okay, so
for this true, and then my mind jumps to halachic man, and I'm like, there's something in what I was trying to grasp there that also has to do with this.
okay, so Gilgul is controversial in Judaism. So this is the thing, like, what do you mean controversial in Judaism? Like Shar HaGilgulim of Reb Chaim Vital and the Kitvei Arizal and the teachings of the Arizal, Rabbi Yaakov Moshe Hillel says that someone who teaches not according to the Kabbalah of the Arizal is Megala Panim LaTorah Shelo Kehalacha, because the halacha has been paskind according to the Arizal. And while that is a somewhat shocking thing to say, he wrote that at the bottom of the Kol Koreh that came out against Natan Slifkin.
I'll have to come back and watch this to hear the answer.
What?
I said, apparently I wasn't supposed to ask the question, or I have to come back and re-listen to it to hear the answer.
Well, I mean, look, this is the thing. Like, there has been a point in Judaism where I think people, and I have to say, Rabbi Mullet, I think you take it too far to say that something as important as the belief in the coming of the Messiah, which is one of the 13 principles of faith, is not something that needs to be emphasized or discussed, to the point where I remember once I was at a Chabad synagogue, and a young man, a very religious young man who was grown up in a very nice religious family, came to Chabad for a came to Minyan because he wanted to daven with a Minyan, and he saw that the Chabad nusach of Kaddish says Vayikarav Meshichei, and he said to me, okay, Rabbi, one at a time. He said to me, these Chabadniks, they put Mashiach in everything, as if Vayikarav Meshichei was a Chabad thing, right? Okay, so okay. I thought that what you said is I agree with Trey's point. Much of this need not be discussed and certainly not emphasized. I thought you were talking about Mashiach there. I'm sorry if that was a misunderstanding. As far as Gilgul, what does this have to do with Natan Slifkin? It has to do with the ideas that Rabbi that was said in that Kol Koreh, which I highly recommend you do look up on Slifkin's website, where Rabbi Rav Hillel wrote separately that someone who teaches Kabbalah not according to the Arizal is Megala Panim LeTorah Shelo Kehalacha, because the halacha has been mixed according to the Arizal, and I would say that is actually the question that we do paskin. Okay, we do paskin according to the Arizal, and that's why people will study the Kabbalah of the Ramak publicly, who would not otherwise study Kabbalah publicly, is that there has been a psak din that we have been mekabel the Arizal as a posek, and regarding Divrei Kabbalah and according to the teachings of the Arizal. So to say that Gilgul is controversial in Judaism, I'm sorry, I don't think that is something correct to say. And I think that it is something that in modern Orthodox circles, and I don't mean to call you modern, Chas v'shalom, Rabbi, unless you self-identify that way, but there has been, okay, if you want, I will look it up. Where is that?
By the way, Jacob, do you know why the Zohar was written in Aramaic?
I do not know why it was written in Aramaic. Should I know why it's written?
And not Hebrew specifically. It was specifically not written in Hebrew.
I can guess, but I have not been taught to know why.
They say because the angels know Hebrew, and so they didn't want them to have the information, so they written it in Aramaic to hide it.
Yes, that I had heard that about other things. I would not be surprised if that has been said about the Zohar as well.
So, as I do understand the importance of reading it in Aramaic, you and I both understand that there is an awesome tool, especially if you're a first language speaker of English, to use translations.
If it is a translation that is made by someone who is to be whatchamacallit, to be trusted in these matters, then yes.
But what if you can just refer to the Aramaic if there's something that's not translated?
No. I was the type of person that I did not use the Jastrow dictionary at all because I didn't trust it in my thing. Now that is a level that is beyond. But to get your translation from of something like the Zohar from someone who doesn't believe in it at all is very, very problematic. It's
right. If you're meaning if a person's reading just an English translation, not having any Aramaic or any reference at all, like for instance,
that's not what I mean, Saul. To get to read a translation of something is I mean, this is why we are.
The Zohar is a translation itself into Aramaic.
Saul,
it's originally a Hebrew text.
Who translated it?
The sages.
Okay, so that's very different. Okay, let me read this, and this is from Slifkin's own website. This is and I did see the actual writing where Rabbi Hillel wrote this in his own writings, but it's more clear to read it. Okay. Gam ani mitztaref legedolei hador hanal ulasharatan umachatan umosif. So this is what Rabbi Hillel has decided to add. The gam ma shemevi'im rayot leda'atam hamut'it medivrei hamekubalim, that which they bring proofs to their mistaken ideas from the words of the Kabbalists. Hem beklal megalei panim betorah shelo kehalacha. They are included among those who reveal ways of understanding the Torah, which is not according to halacha, which is a very, very horrible thing to do. V'shelo kekabbalah ha'amitit, that and not according to the true Kabbalah. Umesalfin divrei Elokim chayim lehitayem leda'atan hadpesula. That they distort the teachings of the living God to make fit according to their void understanding. If I had remembered that he specifically says according to the Arizal, but I'm pretty sure I have read in Vayeshev Hayam that he says that we paskin according to, and I've heard from other people as well, that we paskin according to the Arizal. And so to teach the Kabbalah not according to the teachings of the Arizal, I mean, obviously you can teach that there's machloket and there's different opinions, but to specifically teach Kabbalah according not to the Arizal, as I understand it, is to be megale panim leTorah shelo kahalacha, and ultimately, when it comes down to it, that we believe in the teachings of the Arizal, and so it is not controversial that Gilgulim exists. Yes, he's accusing Slifkin of misusing Kabbalistic sources. He's not saying anything about a psak that we can't teach opinions that oppose the concept of Gilgul. You're correct. He doesn't say that. I think that I'm sure you paid attention to what was happening with Slifkin and what he was saying about the Kabbalistic interpretations. The Kabbalah of the Arizal is what has been Mekubal by Klal Israel. I'm sorry, Rabbi, but I don't believe you are correct in that. You are correct. You are definitely correct that we do not have. Yes, we do not have a. We do not have, and that's why I was talking about Megale Panim leTorah shelo kahalacha, because I think that explaining the Kabbalah in ways that it's not one of the Ikarim. I never said it was one of the Ikarim, but I mean, you also read that email that I privately sent you regarding people who talk. We are unfortunately being caught in a place where we are being caught between a rock and a hard place, where there are people who put too much emphasis on Kabbalistic teachings, and I love them all, and people who are very dismissive of the Kabbalistic teachings, and I love them all, but both of them are incorrect, because when it comes down to it, Orthodox Judaism, obviously you agree with the content of that email. It was written by Rabbi Breitowitz. We all agree with Rabbi Breitowitz. And when it comes down to it, I find myself in a very uncomfortable situation where there are many, many people in Orthodox Judaism who are very dismissive of the teachings of the Arizal, including regarding Gilgulim. Okay, thank you. Okay, so the idea of Gilgulim is something that is clearly taught in the teachings of the Arizal. Everyone agrees that it is taught in the. If nothing else, you read the chapter headings of the books of Reb Chaim Vital, and one of them is called The Gates of Gilgulim. So while I know nothing whatsoever about the writings of Reb Chaim Vital, I know that he wrote a book, Sha'ar HaGilgulim, which I have seen that such a book exists. And so I think
It's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What are you amazed at?
I'm amazed at the Shahar Gabalim. That book is absolutely divine as far as I see it.
I am sure it is. I am not one who has the background to be able to open such a book.
So there's many. So let me ask you this: is the knowledge of Gilgalim for this world or Olam Haba?
Look, there are certainly people. There are certainly people, Rabbi, like our friend Saul here, who have been inspired towards love and fear of God through being exposed to things like Sha'ar HaGilgulim. And the fact is that many rabbis were Moser Nefesh. They went through incredible self-sacrifice in order to publicly teach certain things in order to teach certain things publicly. And we have seen as a result, as fruit of their incredible Mesirat Nefesh, their self-sacrifice, that in fact, teaching such things publicly has in fact had a marvelous effect in Israel of turning people towards God in heaven and towards the belief in God and towards keeping the Torah. And so these are the things which are taught. Look, there's a reason why I teach Chabad Hasidus and I teach Tanya, is because if it were not for Chabad and the Rebbe, I would not know anything. I would not have learned Hebrew. I would not have learned Hebrew to begin with. And so when people ask me, what can I teach Aleph Bet. And you can see on my channel very clearly, Rabbi, that I teach Aleph Bet and I teach Hebrew and I teach what I know. But the fact is, when you look through Jewish history and you see how things have come shaken out over the past certainly 500 years, and even more clearly 200 years, and I would say even very clearly the past 70 years, you see that teaching these things like Tanya, here, let me go find my favorite, one of my favorite stories about Tanya. If I can find where did I have that story?
Boy.
That's well, this is a video. Here, you guys can listen to the video because I can't find the story.
The 18th of Elul marks the birth of two leaders that revolutionized the Jewish world: the Baal Shem Tov, founder of the Hasidic movement, and the Alter Rebbe, founder of Chabad. Yet if their teachings are so vital, why did they come so late in Jewish history?
The entire Torah, including its deepest secrets, was studied by a chosen few ever since it was given. However, there were imitations. At first, the descriptions of God's chariots were studied only in private. Then, in the time of Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai, the windows of heaven opened. His generation was exceptional, and even youngsters studied the inner secrets of Torah. After that, however, it was once again concealed. This continued until the Arizal revealed that the time had come to reveal this wisdom. His time required it. Because of the deterioration of the generation, it was no longer possible to rely on the degree of Torah illumination that had previously been available. Since the darkness had increased, it was necessary to reveal this wisdom, the true wisdom within the Torah, in an open, accessible way. Yet, even then, it had not fully reached the outside. The outside world was affected and illuminated through the light that had been revealed in those texts. So there was no need to bring the secrets themselves to the outside. But the secrets were always studied. Our forefathers never ceased studying Torah in Egypt. All dimensions of Torah, certainly including the inner teaching, the soul of the Torah. Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai explains in Zohar,
אז לא זה
that the
דאורייסו.
secrets of Torah are
seine
its soul.
נשמוסו דאורייסו, ist doch a sichere
There is
Sache.
no doubt
a
that
die
even
Neshama
previously
sicher
the soul
mechai
infused
gewesen,
all dimensions
kol
of Torah,
chelke hatelo und durch,
and
kol
thereby
echad
each and
ve'achas
every Jew.
miYisrael. So aber gewesen in a
However,
seinem
this was
Leben,
accomplished
sieht mehr
through
gewesen,
the Torah study of unique individuals
Yechidis
only.
Gula und von Zmanu
And
Arizal.
from the time of the
Dort wird
Arizal,
Megali
it's shown
gewesen,
only where it had
Schas aber
actually been
gekommen
studied.
dann
After
und
that,
der Moschel
mentioned
HaYodua,
by the
wo der Baal
Alter
hat
Rebbe
Jule, wo
in a
der
famous
alte Rebbe
parable.
Masbir gewesen. Das Moschel
Once
Ben
there was a
Mel,
prince who had always been
was
healthy.
gewesen bei Mane du Matzer Bori, danach ist
Suddenly
geworden
he fell ill.
Achele. Und hat gesagt,
The
dem
king
Melle,
was told
darf
that the
umkommen,
only way to heal the
die
prince
Fuose, soll nehmen der
was by
ewige
taking the most precious
Kesser
stone in the
Hamalch,
king's
Hamel.
crown,
was in dem
upon which the beauty
der
value
der Jeke von dem Kesser
of the
Hamalch
royal crown was dependent.
ist Kolsmann
So
der
long as the
Chele noch
prince
nie
was not
gewährt.
quite so sick,
Hat gedei kach hat der Melech
the
hat
king
ihm gesagt,
instructed them to
sich
try other
kommen auf
means.
andere Weg. Schaßen sie aber
When the king was
umgekommen
told,
und gesagt
however,
dem Melech, der
that
Masse
the
von
prince's
dem
very
Melech,
life was in danger.
a Inje, was das Negeia, Bechaye, hat nicht nur
He instructed that they take the
man soll
crown,
nehmen dem Even, Shebekesser Malchus, und man soll das zu
blind it,
und rein
mix it in water,
Raster und proben
and try to pour it into the prince's mouth
und beloschen
on the mere possibility that the prince would absorb one drop and heal.
und bei Schas mit
One may ask, what
was
caused this change?
in der Renfer
The answer is obvious.
der ganze
The entire purpose of the crown
and
and the jewels in the crown
mit ne Jef
are
und
the
der
beauty and the
Kessel verbunden
is
mit
for
dem
the
Metzies
prince,
von Ben
the
Mel
Jewish people.
und hat er damals
Therefore,
bekas in der Gate
when
für
necessary
seine
for the
Metzies,
Jewish people's very
ist er damals
existence,
nicht nur
is not only
Mutterlegale
permitted to
Sache
reveal this wisdom,
und nicht nur
but it is an obligation.
wo in Chugim ist zu Yomin. Apel Pivo das
and not just in certain circles,
der Adrabe,
but especially in the outside where the peril is greatest,
und der Sakona, Pikuach Nefesh,
where there is mortal spiritual danger. The light of the teachings of Hasidism must reach there, even if they must be powdered, diluted, etc. Because of this dilution, we must immediately advise Shavuot Tov, Rabbi, that all the various illustrations used, including even comparisons to the human body, to explain the deepest secrets of the Torah, are merely allegories, which do not fully explain the concepts themselves. They are separated by many elevations, levels, stages. This lesson was exhibited directly at the giving of the Torah. There too, mention is made, as Maimonides explains, of God's hands, God's eyes, and the like. Reference that are no more than a metaphor, for Torah speaks in the language of man. Know now, concerning Torah's secrets as well, they must be explained in the language of mankind. This becomes a basic necessity, according to this illustration of the Alter Rebbe, which has already been published and is well known. Okay. Demons.
So-
I tithed. Wisdom is better than money because true wisdom benefits for eternity. Amen. Okay, I guess so. Yes, Saul. What were you saying?
Jacob, what if I were to tell you that the clothes that you're wearing, the garment that you're wearing, is your body, and your body is your soul? What if I told you that? What would you say?
It's a very cute analogy.
I don't know about that. I'm refraining from quoting where I'm getting it from, so I don't trigger anybody. I'm refraining, just because every time I say the name, it's almost like a forbidden name. I can't say Zohar around here. So
You can say Zohar around here.
I mean, okay. So there's this concept, okay, about the wicked look at the clothes, the garment of a person, and consider it to be his body, and the body of a person to be his soul. And this is how the wicked are,
Okay.
right? And they only really look at the garment of they look at the garment of the person like you're looking at a naked body. Like that's what that's what that person really looks like. And in fact, that's his body, right?
Okay.
So the idea here can also be applied to Torah. Many sages do this. Arizal, Zohar says that there's the body of the Torah, there's the soul of the Torah, and there's also the garment of the Torah. Are you familiar with this? Right? There's a garment of the Torah, there's a body of the Torah, and there's a soul of the Torah.
Okay. I
This
hope
is-
you're not going where I'm afraid you might be going with this, but go ahead.
No, this is what the Rebbe just said. He just was talking about the soul of the Torah.
I hope you are not making the mistake of thinking that the revealed Torah is the garments as opposed to the body.
Absolutely not.
Okay,
This is
I just wanted
Jacob.
to make
You make too many assumptions too
I
quickly,
didn't
and I
make
appreciate
an
you.
assumption.
I understand. I come off with a different.
To be clear.
Yes. Okay. No. Very simple. Okay.
Okay.
And I don't. So we can look at this like the way the sages tell us. The revealed aspect of the Torah is the body. The secrets of the Torah is the soul, and the stories of the Torah is the garment.
Okay, so you have to
I
understand.
mean, yes.
You have to understand that the stories of the Torah that they're talking about
Yes.
doesn't mean that there are parts of Torah which are considered garments. It means that the application. You have to. I'm not. You're.
Well, I'm sure you have to make it clear for other people. I'm sure, and so I will.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure, because, yeah.
So, so I'll let you, maybe since we're walking on this road, I've already gone down this road. So I'm just trying to get other people to kind of think about, especially Israel here, Jews.
Are you supposed to try and get other people to think about stuff? I'm only asking.
What do you think, Jacob? What do you think, Jacob?
I don't.
What do you?
I don't think if someone is interested in this stuff, fine. If somebody
This is not stuff. This is Torah.
No. See, this is not Shavuot Nefesh. This is not something that speaks to everyone. And there are people that this stuff does not speak to very well at all. And trying to speak to them through these things when it is not something that speaks to them is a mistake, because you can't do that, because these are.
I've lost you. I am confused. I'm lost. I don't know what we're talking about that says that this, because I've only said a couple of things. I've talked about a garment, talked about a body, talked about a soul.
No. Okay, no. Hold on.
So
when we talk about anything which is ultimately things which are considered mysteries, right? Look, if I give you a mashal, and if I give you a story and it doesn't speak to you, it doesn't speak to you.
Okay.
And there's nothing that says that it has to speak to you.
No, you're right.
Okay.
No. And that's why I started by saying, am I allowed to ask a question? Because there's people here that are very carefully feeling the flow of how the discussion was going. And that's the thing, is if the answer would have been no, this isn't a good time for a question, or I don't think you should ask the question because something said, this is probably going to go a bad place. That's the right answer to give me, and I only asked based on some like personal curiosity from
No. Okay. So
No.
yeah, no.
Oh, I'm rereading an email of my own, and I was just had some questions. That's all, and it's nobody's problem but mine.
Questions are good, and frankly, I mean, we were talking about several very different things. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Did I?
So what happens if you don't look at the soul of the Torah?
You see the body.
Okay. And so let's say from the aspect of, because here's and this is where, from people who I believe like me, right? When we look at the other side, who, like, let's say don't Poskin, don't believe in Gilgul, they don't really interpret their life through that framework, right? When we see this other side, there's such a big difference between interpretations that like we still have Peshat, and people who take Kabbalah seriously, there's still Peshat level, right? But we still look at this. We look at the soul of the Torah always. Look at the soul.
No, you can't. See, this is the thing.
That's not the case. That's not the case. You can't say you can't.
I'm sorry, but you can't see through the body into the soul if you are not first seeing the body.
Say that again.
You cannot see through the body into the soul if you do not first see the body.
You can. Okay, I didn't say you didn't have to first see the body.
Wait,
I didn't say you didn't have to first see the body. I said that you can see the Torah, the soul of the Torah, at all times. Just like when you're dealing with a human being. I don't know. I get close with the people I'm around, right? So I understand they have a soul, even though they have a body.
Saul, I have to say, when you and Yosef were discussing what the Zohar was actually saying, right?
Yes.
I don't actually know what the Zohar says. I really don't. Despite the fact so many people claim that I do, I don't. And so when you were quoting things from the Zohar, there were things you were saying which, even if it is taught in the Zohar, I wouldn't know. It was obvious that you were taking it in places which I don't think you can. And when
These are obvious. Okay.
Yes,
these are obvious. I think before he's
Saul. And when Yosef started correcting you, Yosef doesn't talk about the Zohar very often. I was actually very, very surprised that finally he started, he took out his, when he started talking about the Or, was it Or HaChachma or Or HaChama? I don't know the commentaries on the Zohar. I thought it was Or HaChama, not Or HaChachma. But look, there are people who like Yosef, who know their Talmud well enough that they can then start discussing the Zohar. I'm sorry, but first you have to know your Talmud well enough. And I'm sorry, but you don't.
My sense of caution would be one of the reasons why, I listened to the cautions running down the comments thing, and it's somebody who's completely oblivious to some of this stuff. It may go over their head and it may make no impact, and therefore they may not actually have a reaction to it that would change anything. But the little bits of things that I hear here, if I know little pieces of things, but I don't know enough about how the things work. When Jacob says that the garments are, I heard the active activation. I don't remember if that was the exact word, but you can't throw things like that at somebody, the same as you can't give, you can't, I would never give my 3-year-old the fire lighter and say, go start the fire, because I'm going to tell you how all the pieces to the fire, and now you're fine, go start the fire, because that could end really badly. And one of the things I've really paid attention to is which is probably partly why I keep going back to the halakhic man, is like, I asked somebody this week something about Drat. I've forgotten the name of it again, but it comes up in the Kabbalah, and you keep bringing the picture up. But all those, and the Sephirot, all of the, you insert the movable parts thing that represents. See, I can't even talk about the basics. I can't even talk about the basics, but if I do, and somebody runs away with it, and like in some of our book club things, we've talked about how, like even in the Kabbalah of forgiveness, like we talk about the light or the dark. What do you bring into the world? We create things by our words, by our thoughts, by our actions. We create things in this world that we activate. I don't want to do that. Like, I'm sitting here right now and my mind is flashing back to probably November or something, when I heard Jacob talking to Ben about the Tanya, and about the things you guys started with, like what kind of, is it the animal spirit? Is it what is it? And how, like, I picture the fact that we're always in dynamic and dialogue with things that we don't talk about anymore. You guys do, or some people in the Jewish community do, and they know it really well. And if they're being cautious, I should certainly be cautious, and you should be cautious, because you don't know who you're giving what to. And I'm thinking, I just came home from working fashion. You don't take something and say, well, obviously you can see this. I mean, every single person comes into my department with a different body shape, a different attitude, a different everything. And you don't just grab clothes and throw them at them and say, here, go and wear these, which to me is in part how you apply something. It doesn't work that way. And I'm pretty sure this doesn't work that way either. And I apologize for even asking a question. I'm still pondering things that I arrived here with, because I had this stupid argument with God when I was 15. And I'm right to a rabbi, and he's like saying, be patient, learn, just be patient and learn. And when the time comes, God will tell you what to do. And I'm like, okay. So I'm curious. So I hear something, I'm like, somewhere that touches some part of some question that I have not yet framed. So I'm even jumping the gun, going, can I ask a question? Because I'm acting on instinct. And there's nothing wrong with instinct, but I don't want to be flailing it around.
So I think Fraud puts it well. It's good to learn. It's dangerous to speak. It's no, I mean, to ask questions, and even to ask pointed questions, to speak authoritatively about these things, I have to say, I try to be cautious in my speech in these matters, and thank God, people who know better than me have not corrected me very often, although they have sometimes. And it's difficult to speak about these things. And yes, I am walking a very difficult line where I'm guessing Saul would prefer that we spent a lot more time talking about the Zohar. And Rabbi Molitz, at the same time, is like, why are we talking about the Zohar? And I don't know, Yosef, when it comes down to it, maybe you should be leading these Bible studies. But there has to be a certain amount of intellectual humility. I've been spending a lot of time thinking about Malcolm and Simone Collins. And I've actually I reached out to them and wrote some emails. Fraud says, for my part, I want to hear everything Saul has to say, but I hear what you're saying. And I welcome Saul to say what he wants to say. At the same time, there are times when I believe I have to correct him. I hope Saul understands that's with all love. Because, yeah, look, if Yosef tells me that that's what the Zohar says, Yosef knows a lot more Torah than I do. And there are certainly many, many times, almost every time I've spoken to Saul, he's pointed out things which sound very correct and have helped me understand things a lot better than I understood them before, which is beautiful and why I love having Saul here. At the same time, there are times when Saul has said things which have made me go, no, I'm sorry, no. And when it comes down to it, Shavua Tov, I have no idea who this is. We've had a lot of new people tonight. I don't know who Demon Slayer is. I think Max Scorpion is Max, is musician Max. And Yosef doesn't usually come on, but I was amazed when Yosef corrected your quotation of the Zohar.
First off, there was when you keep saying corrected, that I sent you the link. The part that it added, like Yosef didn't, he says he corrected it. That the capitalized letters, that was the Baal Salam's commentary, right? So it wasn't that I'm sending you guys shot. I sent you where it got from, but
okay. Look, I don't read the Sulam. I don't read the Zohar. I don't know any of this stuff. I really don't. Despite the fact nobody believes me when I say that.
But I will note that I did quote that Zohar section that was talking about the Gemara that we were talking about as well. And it did say that in the days of Messiah, the King Messiah, David will be king as well. And that was what the original point of me quoting that section of Zohar. But
okay, the Zohar, quoting out of the Zohar straight is not something I am comfortable doing, which is why I don't like, if somebody quotes the Zohar at me, that's not something I have no capacity to actually read that for myself. I don't. And I mean that.
Yeah,
I don't have a
capacity. I don't understand that. I don't. And maybe, by all means, you've been doing this 20 years, you've been studying Tanya 20 years. So where I'm at, I don't understand that, not in the inkling. Especially, I could see if you're a Noahide or something, right? But a Jew, but I'm, like I said, I am extreme. I say things that are extreme on purpose. I understand the effect that I have. I say that I'm a ger for a reason. They say that a ger is like a skin disease, and the Talmud tells us what it is. Okay, I say these things on purpose.
Okay. So let me read this story. It's posted on my. Are you guys seeing this? Yeah, you are. Okay, it's posted on my Twitter. I have told this story many times before, but something Rabbi Yitzchak said made me want to write it out in great detail. I figured I would make a public post about it. I have always been blessed with a sharper mind than most. I wish I could say this was the result of hard work, but it really wasn't. I was just born with it, and it always let me be lazier and more arrogant than I should be. I almost never did my homework in school and still got A's and everything. I only read what interested me, which usually wasn't the assigned reading. It didn't matter. I would still get good scores on any test. I made a point of taking standardized tests on subjects I knew nothing about and getting decent scores. There's a point of pride in my rivalry with my sister, who's a hard worker and terrible test taker. Even though I went to good schools with gifted students, I was always one of the smartest kids in the class. I figured the same would be true when I decided to spend a year studying in yeshiva in Israel after college. I was going to a yeshiva for Baalei Teshuvah, people who came to the religion later in life. I was not raised with much of a Jewish education and had never even seen a page of Talmud before. I figured I would be much smarter than most of the students and smarter than many of the teachers. This was not exactly the top yeshiva in the world, and I did not have much respect for even the top yeshivas when compared to the universities. My first class in Talmud introduced me to the basic commentaries of Rashi and the Tosafists. Page of Talmud has the main text in the middle. On one side is printed the commentary of Rashi on the main text, and the other side has the commentary of the Tosafists on Rashi. I remember one of the very first days of class. I was sitting there trying to figure out what the Talmud was saying, what Rashi was trying to say the Talmud was saying, and what the Tosafists were disagreeing with Rashi about what the Talmud was saying. I didn't get any of it. Anybody who knows me knows that I have a very low tolerance for bullshit. If I don't understand something, it's often because it is bullshit. There's a lot of bullshit in the world. Lots of people try to hide their bullshit through sounding profound and claiming to understand things that are beyond other people. These are usually the dumbest and worst of the bullshitters. I make it a point not to put up with bullshit from dumb people who condescend to others. I detest obscurantism. One of the greatest compliments I ever received was when Eric Weinstein and Paul Vanderklay both reiterated the same complaint in a short span. They said, "It is scary to talk to me because I don't just let people get away with bullshit." They didn't say it to compliment me, but I took it as a compliment anyway. I will call people on things that don't make sense and demand they explain, as opposed to simply gloss over it and nod along. Some people appreciate this, many people don't. I have sometimes wished I could turn it off. I realize that it can be a vice, yet I think it has its utility. Bullshit is harmful. Truth matters. Sneering condescension as a cover for bullshit is an unforgivable sin in my book. It is blasphemy against the divine logos. My God is Elohim Emet, the true God. I was sitting there in Jerusalem at one of the best remedial yeshivas in the world with my first serious bit of Talmud study. I couldn't make heads or tails of it all, despite having translated every single word carefully and spending hours trying to fathom it. I had to ask myself if it is just bullshit. Was I wasting my time trying to understand gibberish? I sat there thinking through it. This is not just any text. It is the Babylonian Talmud. It is not a random selection of the Talmud either. It is the selection that the yeshiva had chosen to lead with. This is what they had chosen at this yeshiva, which is supposed to impress upon me the greatness of the Talmudic learning as my first real taste of Talmud. This has to be the best of the Talmud, not some embarrassing bit of gibberish everyone would rather forget is there or hide away in some appendix. I had no doubts that a work as ancient and massive as the Talmud had some embarrassing stupidities in it. So maybe this was just one of them. Yet it didn't seem plausible to me that the yeshiva would lead with the embarrassing stupidity. They must at least imagine that it is impressive. Was Rabbinic Judaism just a fraud? So there I am, Jacob versus thousands of years of thousands of rabbis studying a text that is foundational to a religion which places the word at the very center of its priorities. Either all those rabbis had bought into bullshit that I could see through easily on my first day, or I just was not getting it. I definitely have lots of chutzpah, audacity, but even my chutzpah has limits. Nope, I must not be getting it. So I sat there steiging, toiling to understand. Then it came to me. I felt for the first time what is termed breaking your head on the Talmud. Very suddenly, it felt like something broke open. It was an amazing experience, something I became enamored with. I have not been able to repeat this experience since those halcyon days when I would spend a good 40 hours in 1 week on only a few lines of Talmud with several commentaries. Each sugya passage presented a new opportunity to break my head again and again. I imagine that if I die and go to heaven, I will get to sit all day and break my head on the Talmud over and over again. That is how I understand what it means to sit with a crowned head and enjoy the shine of the glory of God's presence, a bit of the world to come. Shortly afterward, the mashgiach, spiritual director of my yeshiva, gave a speech which described the experience to me. It seemed like more than a coincidence that this was his speech right after my experience. He seemed to be speaking directly to me, despite the fact that he was speaking to all the assembled students of the entire yeshiva. It was a speech expounding on the meaning of Psalm 147. Hanoten sheleg katzamer, kafur ka'afer yefazer, mashlich karcho kefitim lifnei karato miyamod, yishlach davaro v'yamsem, yashev rucho yizlu mayim, magid davarav le'Yakov, chukav u'mishpatav le'Israel. He who sets snow like wool, spreads frost like ashes, he sends forth his ice like crumbs. Who can withstand his cold? He will send forth his word and melt them. He will turn back his wind. They shall run as water. He declares his words to Jacob, his statutes and judgments to Israel. Psalm 147, 16 through 19. The words Magid Devarav leYaakov, he declares his words to Jacob, were never the same to me again. I still remember Rav Bolman of blessed memory explaining how a page of Talmud, which is like a sheet of ice, breaks and flows like water. Each crumb is a gift from God himself. Who can withstand his cold? Many years later, an Orthodox Jewish stand-up comedian, yes, there is such thing, made a new pun on that line, which also stays with me. Lifnei karato mi ya'amod, who can withstand karato, his cold, can also be translated in modern Hebrew as who can withstand his karate. I was completely defeated and loved every minute of it. I was thrown off my feet as masterfully as any black belt could demonstrate. At the yeshiva, we had a hand sign for the study of Talmud. We would make a gesture like a heroin addict smacking their arm, looking for a vein to inject in preparation for a hit. It seemed appropriate despite the fact I had no idea what it was like to inject heroin. That is what I imagined a hit of heroin must be like. It certainly felt that addictive. I was at a yeshiva for Baalei Teshuvah who had adopted Orthodox Judaism as adults, and many of us had tried many things before we got there. A few of the students had even been into prison. Just as an aside, one of the guys who was in prison with me, in yeshiva with me, in yeshiva with me, had tattoos down his arms, white pride, and he was blonde. And it was just the weirdest thing, like this buff blonde guy with tattoos of white pride on his arms. And I went up to him and I had to ask him, and he said when he was in prison, he joined the white supremacist gang, and now he was in yeshiva. A few of the students had even been to prison. I didn't have much experience with drugs, but more than a few of the students did. My friend Menashe had been a deadhead and spoke about his experiences with drugs openly. I asked him if he had tried heroin and if Talmud study could actually compare. He told me that he had never actually tried heroin. He had tried copious amounts of other drugs, though. Then he asked me a rhetorical question, which also has stayed with me through the years. Why do you think I'm here now? That's one of my favorite stories.
I think it's interesting how what they say about, Mishnah and how it. I mean, by all means, Jacob, if that's what you want to study, when Mashiach comes, you can study it.
Look,
I mean, by all means, I study Mishnah and Gemara, Talmud too, but I mean, you sweet honey Torah all day, like Hezi says, and I consider that to be, the soul of the Torah.
Right, but you have to be careful with Zohar. You do, and I have to say, reading Zohar in English translation, I would.
Can you? Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, you aren't even study it in Aramaic, which is already just trying to hide it from the angels already. So I mean, even studying it, never mind. We don't have to go through the.
Rabbi Mullet made a good point. I mean, you made a point about why it may have been written in Aramaic, but why are you so sure it was originally written in Hebrew?
Because all right, this is the problem. I mean, my belly's full with written Torah, so I know like written Torah very well. You know the story of Tower of Babel, right?
Yes.
They were all speaking one language.
Okay.
Please tell me what language that was, Jacob.
Lashon HaKodesh.
Okay. The angels understand Lashon HaKodesh. This is simple Peshat. Everyone in Judaism knows this.
No.
When the Rashbi was going to write down the Zohar,
right.
There's a whole section of Midrash about this that he wrote it down in Aramaic, not because it was the most used language, which I could use for a case for.
Saul,
okay,
you're missing the point. The question was not why he wrote it in Aramaic. The question is, why do you think it was written in Hebrew? And apparently you're saying it wasn't.
Well, it's not. It wasn't obviously written before Rashbi wrote it down, but there's this idea that the holy teachings that it contains within the Zohar pre-existed. Okay.
Obviously, the holy teachings pre-existed, but
this happens through the Lashon Kodesh. Okay.
No, but see, okay, you are misunderstanding. Before your neshama came into your body, it was much purer, but it is in your body now, and it has a certain kesher with your body, and is revealed in this world through your body. And in a similar way, the teachings of the Rashbi, obviously, they always pre-existed
in Hebrew,
but
that's what I'm trying to tell you. It pre-existed in Hebrew.
No.
What? How can you say no to me right now?
I can very easily say no.
How? How can you possibly believe in the Zohar and say no?
No, Shaul, I'm sorry. You're.
I'm not saying it was written in Hebrew. I'm saying that it was in Hebrew, Lashon Kodesh.
It did not have that giviyah.
Okay, this is and so I mean we can argue this point. There's multiple parables we can go back and forth. But the point of what I'm trying to say is very clearly, I'm not saying that before the Rashbi wrote it down, it was written in Hebrew. The Torah was written down in Hebrew, right? Obviously.
Okay, so this is another thing. Now you're really gonna get me into trouble. But this is another thing that, frankly, I think Rabbi Breitowitz similarly said, which is that before what happened how the Torah was written, the combination of the letters, right? Even though the Torah pre-existed, the combination of the letters and the otiot as they are came into being as the ma'asim, and this is based on Nachmanides. And now you're really going to get me into trouble, because there are people who would say that this is kafira, but I believe, based on Nachmanides and what Rabbi Breitowitz said and what other people have said, the Torah as it pre-existed was not the exact same combination of letters in the same written manner.
What are you
as
saying?
we have today.
Okay. Do you understand the Lashon Kodesh is a extremely divine language, obviously.
Yes,
right? It's not
obvious.
just okay. This language the reason like Abraham was called a Hebrew Peshat because he was descendant of Eber, right? It was where we get the name Ivri, Hebrew. Okay. This was from the Tower of Babel. Very, very simple. So this language was so holy that it was only given to certain people, right?
Right.
Okay. It was scattered. It says that you call them. So
Okay.
this language, it says the first topic of the Torah you give to children is the Aleph Beit.
Okay, so hold on. First of all, what are you arguing? You're arguing.
I'm arguing that before that the Zohar, everything in the Zohar, okay, is originally found in Lashon Kodesh.
Where'd you get that from?
The Zohar.
No.
Okay.
Where does it say that it was originally? You just said it was written by the Rashbi
in Aramaic, purposely.
This is the form in which it came into the world.
But this is the
You're
problem.
You're not learning it outside of this world, Shaul.
You can learn what the Zohar teaches through the regular written Torah. If you left somebody who has the appropriate soul with just the written Torah, you can get everything that's in the Zohar.
Obviously, what does that have anything to do with the idea that you're sitting there learning the Zohar in English?
Oh my gosh. Okay, Jacob, listen. It's very simple. Okay.
It's not
the Torah is written in Hebrew for specific reasons. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a holy language.
Okay.
Before the Zohar was ever written down in Aramaic, it was all within the written Hebrew Torah.
It existed within it still exists within the Hebrew written Torah.
Okay. That's what the Zohar. Now, when we say the Zohar, I'm not talking about a book. I'm not talking.
I don't even understand what you're trying to say.
Okay, fair enough.
Like, what does that have any relationship with studying the Zohar in English?
Okay, English is it's not Hebrew. Okay, it's a translated of a translated of a translated already translated. It's more translated.
Okay,
okay?
So it sounds
so
like
by reading a translation of the Zohar, okay, if you're trying to obviously there's certain things you can't even read in the Zohar, even in the English translation, it's going to be saying it in Hebrew, even transliteration, okay, because there's certain things that has to be certain there, okay. So the translation, all it's doing is it's trying to meet different souls where they're at. Okay, it's a tool. Anybody who studies enough can understand. If you aren't originally speaking Hebrew from your birth, okay, you can use English tools as well as learning the original language as well. But by no means is it considered the Aramaic was actually like, for instance, it would have been like the English of its day around its area. Okay, it was translated into a very common language so that.
Okay. So again, you're not even understanding my point. If you had an English translation from a credible rabbi, then we could talk.
Okay. But right, but you the Rav Berg, right? Okay, I see what you're saying.
Jason was at a birthday for his sister, and then when he was driving back, he was tired, so he wasn't sure he was able to join, unfortunately.
Speaking of tired, it's 1:05 a.m. and this is absolutely delightful, but I'm going to leave you two to your fun on your own.
Good night,
Night.
Sandy.
So
Yeah.
I'm not going to talk about Rav Berg. I'm not. I will be straight up honest with you. I think that the Zohar set that they came out with from the Kabbalah Center is absolutely. It's one of the greatest things that
Rabbi
Western
Shochat,
civilization's ever had.
Rabbi Shochat, a blessed memory, someone I respected very much, and it's interesting. His older brother died last week, and this stream, the thumbnail to it is a picture of Rabbi David Shochat, a blessed memory. Rabbi Emmanuel Shochat spent many years in a lot of legal fights with the Kabbalah Center. He spoke very harshly against the Kabbalah Center. He was physically, he was threatened, and they sued him for $12 million, and Rabbi Shochat had all kinds of jokes about that. I think it was $12 million. They tried to sue him for the things that he said, and he went to court. He said it was a cult. He said that I am pretty sure he said that it is forbidden to read anything from there. And while I do have friends and people I wish would not go there, who do, as he says, but I also see we reviewed the classics. Yes, we did. I personally would not. So I have one volume of the Sulam somewhere around here that was printed through the Kabbalah Center, which many rabbis have said that something that is kosher itself, which is the Pirush HaSulam, since it was merely printed through the Kabbalah Center, it's not a problem. But a translation by that man, or I'm the type of person, I didn't even use a Jastrow dictionary. And I didn't use the Jastrow dictionary for a very specific reason, because I read the introduction to the Jastrow dictionary. And we can look up the introduction to the Jastrow dictionary. But after reading that introduction, I was so disgusted, I couldn't bring myself to use the Jastrow dictionary when I studied Talmud, which many people did. But
Yeah.
I mean, we could pull up.
Let me ask you this: do you feel like you're better off by making those restrictions upon yourself?
I hope so.
Do you feel like you're growing in your Torah knowledge because you've restricted yourself?
Torah knowledge is a gift from God.
Absolutely. But would you say that you are opening up the gates for Torah knowledge with the restrictions that you placed upon yourself?
The Torah can only come in the ways that God provides it. And if it's not coming through a kosher source, then I have serious misgivings over whether you can actually refer to it as Torah.
Right. Yeah, there's that.
As he says, Jacob, tell us what he really thinks. Here, let me read you the preface to Jastrow, and you tell me if this is the type of person you want to learn Torah from. The literature embraced in this dictionary covers a period of about 1,000 years and contains Hebrew and Aramaic elements in about equal proportions. The older Hebrew elements, which may conveniently be called the Mishnaic and can in part be traced back to the 1st, if not the 2nd century BCE, may be considered a continuation of the biblical Hebrew tinged with Aramaisms. It is therefore apt to throw light more directly than its successor on many obscure words and passages in the Bible. Nevertheless, the material for biblical exegesis deposited in the later literature is an inexhaustible mine which still awaits exploitation by sympathetic students. Besides the Mishnah and the Tosefta, the Mishnaic period embraces Sifra, Sifri, Mechilta, and the older elements preserved in the Gemara, of which the prayers incidentally quoted are a very essential and interesting part. The later Hebrew elements in the Gemara and in the Midrashim lead down to the 5th and the 8th century respectively, and to a larger degree than the earlier Hebrew sections are mixed with Aramaic elements and with foreign words borrowed from the environment and reflecting foreign influences in language as well as in thought. The Aramaic portions of the literature under treatment comprise both the Eastern and Western dialects. Owing to the close mental exchange between the Palestinian and Babylonian Jews, these dialects are often found inextricably interwoven and cannot be distinguished lexicographically. Yeah. The subjects of this literature are as unlimited as are the interests of the human mind. Religion and ethics, exegesis and homiletics, jurisprudence and ceremonial laws, ritual and liturgy, philosophy and science, medicine and magics, astronomy and astrology, history and geography, commerce and trade, politics and social problems, all are represented there and reflect the mental condition of the Jewish world in its seclusion from the outer world, as well as in its contact with the same, whether in agreement or in opposition. Owing to the vast range and unique character of this literature, both as to the mode of thinking and method of presentation, it is frequently necessary to stretch the limits of lexicography and illustrate the definitions by means of larger citations than would be necessary in a more familiar domain of thought. Especially was this the case with legal and with ethical subjects. Archaeological matters have often been elucidated by references to Greek and Roman customs and beliefs. The conditions of the texts, especially of the Talmud Yerushalmi and of some of the Midrashim, made textual criticism and emendations inevitable, but the dangers of arbitrariness and personal bias had to be guarded against. Happily, there were, in most cases, parallels to be drawn upon for the establishment of a correct text, and where these auxiliaries failed, the author preferred erring on the conservative side to indulging in conjectural emendations. Thank God for that. For the Babylonian Talmud, Raphael Rabinowitz's Variae Lectionis was an invaluable aid to the author. The etymological method pursued in this dictionary requires a somewhat fuller explanation than is ordinarily embodied in a preface. Let's skip that. Starting from the premises, let's skip that. Where was my favorite line out of that?
While you're finding that, one of the big points, one of the things I was trying to make with the Aramaic, the Zohar, is that it was written in a language to hide it, right? So, and it was specifically not written in Hebrew, and so some here would think, oh well, if it's translated into Hebrew, good, right? Or if it's translated into English, bad, right? Or if it's it's got to be in the original Aramaic. But in fact, the real reason why it was written in that language was in order to disguise it from the angels. So if someone reads it into English, it's just being disguised even more.
Hold on. It's being disguised from the angels, maybe even more, although I'm not sure the angels don't.
Are you saying if I read it in English, it's going to be more revealed to me if I read it in Aramaic?
Not to you. So hold on. Again, the point is, it can only be as revealed to you as God reveals. Like
Yes.
we're
Keep.
dealing with
But
things
only me
that
and
are-
you are gonna understand that what we're saying here. It's gonna speak to the neshama, to the soul, with that you have been given, whether it's through Evo or reincarnation. We can talk about that later.
So I would be very, very careful about getting that type of thing.
I would be more careful to read it in Hebrew, especially if you're not extremely pure.
You know what? It's a good reason why you might not want to read it.
I'd rather read it in a more disguised language like English than to read it in the Lashon Kodesh.
No.
Like
Then maybe there are people who recite the Zohar in Aramaic, and I've heard that there are people who say that is an acceptable practice, even if you don't understand the words.
well, no, I mean yes. If you even look, it's called scanning for one. But
And that might be an acceptable practice. I would not read, certainly not someone like
right, because you don't want to. Yeah, okay. I get what you're saying with that, and I am coming from my source because
Let
I'm.
me just read you this line, which made
Okay.
me so disgusted that I never used the. Where did it go? I just had it. Where did it go? There. The difficulties besetting the study of Talmud and Midrash will be overcome in the degree in which modern scholars will take it up for philological and archaeological purposes as adjuncts of those who are too much engrossed Khalil v'chas, in its practical and doctrinal side to allow themselves time for what seems to them unessential. How someone can take someone who wrote something like this and then use his writings to understand the Talmud is beyond me.
Oh, all right. So it's very simple.
Yeah.
Let me tell you. Okay. Hashem is working I'm going to put it very pushat so everyone can understand this. Okay. Hashem's working all things. All right.
Yeah.
Everything is being properly set up the way it is. Okay.
Yeah.
A wise man can learn from anybody. Okay. A wise man can learn.
Kol melamdai hiskalti. Yes.
Okay. So this guy who said something stupid, obviously.
Okay.
The dictionary, the words, the letters, the things that are in it, you have to take it at face value. You don't go buying everything you read. You just don't buy it right away. So whether he said this or that, what is he saying? Take it or leave it. Okay? You can redeem the spark even out of this guy. All right? Even out of this guy's book, you can redeem holy sparks.
Saul, there are people who can redeem holy sparks from any place, but some of us have to first worry about whether our own souls are being sullied or not.
Okay, are you worried about it?
Yes, I am worried about whether. Okay,
if you
Saul, you have to worry whether you are jumping into the ocean to save someone else or you're going to drown with them. You have to worry about that.
Yes, but okay. So how can I make this? We are definitely at an interesting time in space right now, right? And so you and me both know that the redemption is going to come through the study of the Zohar. Okay? And I understand that people poskin, don't study it unless you're studying in the original Aramaic. I told you my, way I look at it. And
I didn't say that. All I said was I wouldn't study from a Berg translation to English.
What? Yeah, it's because you're not strong enough to redeem the Holy Spark out of Berg, is what you're saying.
And you are.
Well, I guess we'll let God be the judge of that.
Apparently we will. But I have to say, look, there are times when you have to say Rav Lacha B'nai Levi. Well, there are times when you have to caution people, and
Yes.
frankly, I'm not exactly the yes. Chazi wants us to look at 2 Kings 4:38 through 39. Let's look at 2 Kings and see what Chazi's trying to
The
tell
holy light in Hebrew. They were searching for the Zohar.
us. 2 Kings 4:38. The Elisha shav hagilgala v'hara'av ba'aretz uvnei hanevi'im yoshvim lefanav v'yomer lena'aro sfot hasir hagedola uvashel nazid livnei hanevi'im. And Elisha came again to Gilgal, and there was famine in the land. And the sons of the prophets were sitting before him. And he said to his servant, set set on the great pot, okay, and boil a pottage for the sons of the prophets. ויצא אחד אל השדה ללקט אורות וימצא גפן שדה וילקט ממנו פקועות שדה מלוא בגדו ויבוא ויפלח אל סיר הנזיד כי לא ידעו. And one went out into the field to gather herbs and found a wild vine, and gathered thereof wild gourds his lap full, and came and sliced them into the pot of pottage, for they knew them not. ויצקו לאנשים לאכול ויהי באוכלם מהנזיד, והמה צעקו ויאמרו Mavet basir ish halokim velo yachlu le'echol. So they poured out for the men to eat, and it came to pass, as they were eating of the pottage, that they cried out and said, O thou man of God, there is death in the pot, and they could not eat. Veyomer ukhu kemach v'yashlech el hasir. ויאמר צק לעם ויאכלו ולא היה דבר רע בסיר. And he said, then bring meal, and he cast it into the pot. And he said, pour out for the people that they may eat, and there was no harm in the pot. Interesting. They were searching for the holy light in Hebrew. Your own soul comes first. This is true. Yeah.
Oh, Jacob.
Saul.
So I've tried to keep it not too far off. I know I've already said things that are probably like got you triggered, like, oh. But so where were we?
I don't know the quote you're saying, Chazi. You're going to have to give the rest of the quote. Rabbi Nachman said, Afilu mi shehu rasha gamur, even someone who is completely evil has a bit of light in him, and you should try to find it.
Amazing. Thank you, Hezi. Thank you. So what it is?
It didn't work out well for Aaron's sons.
Okay.
look, cautionary tales exist, and they need to exist, and they matter.
Right. But so you've given quite the cautionary tales, and you've placed restrictions on yourself a lot. Right.
I don't know if I've placed enough restrictions. I mean, I'm not exactly the holiest person on earth. You might have noticed.
Right. Well, I mean, neither of all of us, but to be honest with you, but the idea here is that, right, you're restricting yourself in learning Zohar and learning this because I mean, you Poskin, you go to people who tell you not to do this. Like, don't do this, don't do that.
No. Saul, look, I realize there's gradations. Like, look, I have Talmud there that needs to be studied. Like, once I know the Talmud, sure, I'll but I don't know my Talmud.
But this is the amazing thing about the Pardes, right? And the people who've entered into the true, like the true soul of the Torah, okay, is that when a person like me reads Talmud,
Yeah.
okay, right. So I'll give you an example. We know that, for instance, in the Tree of Life, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob is Chesed, Gevur, and Tiferet. Okay.
Correct.
So a Kabbalist, when he reads the Talmud, he can enter into depths of the Talmud by knowing the Etz Chaim, the Tree of Life. And how is this? Because when it says Rabbi Ishmael, when it says Rabbi Itzhak, these correspond to the Sephirot as well, which will give you greater understanding of even the Mishnah, even the Gemara, even the Talmud.
Oh, you're taking things backwards. And backwards is not good.
What do you mean backwards?
First, you learn the Gemara, and then you learn the first comes Pshat, then comes Ramez, then comes Drush, then comes Sod.
Yes. I didn't say skip the whole thing. I said when a person knows Sod.
Order.
Yes, okay. I'm not saying to skip the order.
Okay.
And you
so
think that I don't
haven't
have the order, which is
finished my
fine. I get what you're
Talmud
saying.
I have
But-
not finished the Talmud. I don't. I'm sorry. I doubt very much you've.
There's my
Have you
Hebrew may not be extremely great,
Have
but I can tell you right now, reading is
have you
very
been
simple.
through
Reading,
a whole
there-
cycle of Daf Yomi?
I've read about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 tractates of Talmud here that I've read quite a bit. Obviously, Sanhedrin, Gittin, and
So 56 more, and you'll be there.
yeah. By all means, but I'm not going to, just because I've seen the light of the Torah. There would be no way.
All I said was things have an order, and so here. I was listening to Malcolm and Simone Collins talking about witches and space travel. And it was very funny, something that they said. Let me see if the transcript is there, where they start talking about Kabbalah.
I think where probably I'm getting a disconnect with you is, when I like we've gone to this a couple times. We talked about the Zohar being in Hebrew, things like this, and the regular written Torah. We've talked about this in the first chapter, where the oral Torah and the written Torah are like a male and a female, and they can become one, and things like this. Okay, and I keep I guess getting disconnected in thinking that, because I'm so looking at the Sod so much, you think that I haven't gotten the Remez and the Dros and the Peshat, which isn't the case.
There are times you say things where I don't care what part you're saying them from. There there have been times when it's like, no, I'm sorry, you're just making a mistake.
Right.
Okay, so here, let me find a good place to start. Here, we'll start at 26.
I wouldn't have taken 5 caffeine pills every day, but like everyone around me, I was consuming the same amount. But
that you engage with the mystical arts and you open yourself to possession by demons. But I'll be clear about it and true about it. This possession doesn't look like a full-on like Catholic possession or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like a corruption of the mind. You have opened your mind to a world that is not a world of logic and consequences, but a world of aesthetics and wishy thinking, which is one of the most dangerous mystical, and I think the core of super soft culture. So people who don't know wishy thinking, it's from an IT Crowd episode, but it's something you see across mystical traditions, which is the idea that human intentionality can increase the probability of events in the future. The Secret is the best example of this, but it basically means if you want something to happen badly enough, it can affect real world probabilities.
Space. What is it? The simple
Jacob,
answer
what
is
are you
we
showing
don't
us?
know. Or at least we
Listen!
didn't know until now. I'm not a scientist, but I do have a better understanding of what space is than any scientist living today. Where did I gain these insights? From this man, Beth Gaga Shaggy, the founder of Spaceology. When it comes to space, he's the man with his head screwed on tight. This is what he told me.
Space is invisible mind dust, and stars are but wishes.
I mean, think about that. That means every star you can see in the night sky is a wish that has come true. And they've come true because of something he calls space star ordering. Space star ordering is based on the twin scientific principles of star maths and wishy thinking. No. If that doesn't convince you, well then, maybe you just don't deserve to get what you want. You're a skeptic, Jen. You should be more like these. They can't get enough of my space star ordering story.
How did the cosmos grant you a helicopter?
Well, I visualized the thing I wanted. In my case, it was a helicopter. I drew a picture of the helicopter on a piece of paper. A couple of days later, bought myself a helicopter. Explain that one if you can.
And now you see what we mean when we talk about this being an alternate hypothesis for how the physical laws exist. But an individual who gets invested in this will have a very easy time in terms of confirmation bias and stuff like that. These beliefs persist intergenerationally among some communities because of their effectiveness at hijacking the human brain.
Is there a way to prevent this from happening to a person's brain when they engage with mystical arts? Previously, I would have said no, but I have some disconfirming evidence recently which has made me rethink this particular topic. Specifically, historically speaking, everyone I ever knew who engaged with Kabbalah or Kabbalistic texts, this is the Jewish mystical texts, was so bad at structuring their thoughts afterwards. Simone and I even had an internal phrase to describe these individuals called Kabbalah brain. Yet, recently, actually, a fan of the show who I've been engaging with is an expert on these texts, and he seems to be able to structure his thoughts very logically and be a very otherwise smart and lucid individual. Why is this the case? What I suspect happened is he actually engaged with the text following Jewish custom, which is, you don't engage with them until you are very well structured in logic and other forms of engaging with ideas before you approach the text, and they are written about as something that should be seen as potentially dangerous within Jewish customs and that should be approached with an extreme amount of caution. And that when he went into them with that understanding, and not that understanding being, because one of the really dangerous things is people misunderstanding. When somebody says, approach this with caution, it could damage you. Some people hear that and they think, oh, that must mean it's a super powerful thing or it's a super forbidden and cool thing, which I think is something that draws a lot of people to mysticism. When what is actually meant to that is no, not this is a place of unique power, but this can actually just mess you up if you do not approach it with an ordered mind. The fact that I only know one person who hasn't been severely affected by engaging with these types of thoughts, to me, still says it's probably better to make a blanket ban on it. However,
So the funny thing, is that he's saying that, and it's very clear to me why everyone he knows who speaks to him about Kabbalah is not a very clear and lucid thinker, is because anyone who knows Kabbalistic stuff and properly is a lucid thinker really wouldn't be engaging with him and his wife about Kabbalistic ideas at all. But there's definitely something to be said about the fact that there are all these people walking around who are sure they understand Kabbalistic things, and I'm sorry, you have to take things in order. You really do. And yeah, you do.
Yes. I
He
think
says, Davar gadol v'davar katan, davar gadol ma'aseh merkava, davar katan havayot da'abaya v'rava. If you say so.
So I think what possibly there's to be honest with you, Jacob, there's no excuse. Right? There's no excuse. Okay. These souls in this generation have been provided with so many resources that the Malachim, when they get handed over, there's no excuse. They can't say, "Hey, I didn't have the ability to get the texts. I didn't have the ability to read. Oh, I didn't want to read because this guy was evil." You don't think they're gonna say the same thing about us? Like, "Oh, you weren't evil. Like, you can't read from this evil guy because you weren't evil."
I'm sorry. I think you're making a huge mistake because there is a capacity. There is a reason why there's Isur Veheter. There's a reason why there needs to be. I mean, you make it sound like it's easy to be mater everything, and it's not. There's a reason why things need to be asur, why things need to be bound down.
Yes.
Things need to be unbound. And so,
right, but the Zohar is no longer bound. This is the generation.
Excuse me, you're telling me I am not aware of an English translation that is worthy of being used. I am not.
So, are you saying you're going to use your unawareness as an excuse?
I'll put it this way. I think it is a grave mistake to read Berg's English translation of the Zohar.
Sure. Okay, but that's
What do you mean,
wager that
sure?
There's other English translations out there. And not even, you don't have to rely on English translation. I would say don't go to the Hebrew, because there are some people out there who go read the Hebrew translation thinking that that's like more kosher, when in fact the reason why it wasn't written in Hebrew.
I am not sure that you're correct about that.
I mean, just think about it. Look at it. But the idea here is that we're in a generation.
Why are you in such a fight with the Malachim?
Everyone should be. If it says if you knew what was standing before you at all the times, people. This is in the Talmud. There's so many things around us all the time, and we need to be. So
I have no problems with Malachim.
No, neither do I. But they're a real thing, and frankly, a lot of people try to ignore things and just act like it doesn't
I'm not
exist.
ignoring the Malachim. I look, if there is a translation to Hebrew, which I haven't seen, but I mean, if the Sulam is a translation to Hebrew, which is not what I thought, but if
Have you read Tanya in Hebrew?
What do you mean? I read the Tanya in Hebrew.
Okay, so whenever you read sections of, the Zohar is translated into Hebrew when you read Tanya.
Okay, so beautiful.
Right?
If the Alter Rebbe thought that it was worthwhile translating that into Hebrew, then there you go.
Well, and that's why I'll say that when I told you we would study Tanya, this is an extremely lofty. I wasn't sure how you meant why this was meant for the masses, because in my perception,
meant for the masses because the Alter Rebbe had the shoulders to teach what he taught.
Correct. Yes. But his level was so high that even people, it was so high, right?
So he was able to reveal this into the world, and therefore I can study it.
Okay, but my point is when you translate Zohar into Hebrew, you have to be at an extremely pure level of understanding for it to even. It'll actually, right, especially when you understand the Malachim. When you have it in Hebrew, it's different than if you had it in Aramaic. Okay. Right?
Okay.
Are we seeing, like, you made a distinction between English and this, and I'm trying to show you that the whole distinction was so that it wasn't originally in Hebrew, because that was just so powerful.
Okay, but you're not. I don't know how to say this. I mean, I've said it a million times.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there is an explanation that comes from a kosher source, and there are explanations that come from non-kosher sources. And Berg is not a kosher source.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, sure. I will agree he's not accepted by Orthodox rabbis, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Fraud says from Safaria, the Sulam is a 20th century Hebrew translation and commentary. So translation and commentary on Zohar by Rabbi Yehuda Ashlag, based on the teachings of the Arizal. If somebody wants to scan Zohar, as I understand it, that's perfectly fine. Someone wants to study the Sulam, that, as I understand it, that's perfectly fine. If they're of that level.
so let me ask you this, Jacob. Yeah. The Arizal tells us that, and I don't even like saying that. I've already told you that there's multiple times I don't like saying it's Arizal's teachings because it was Oral Torah's teachings. But let's say whenever you say a bracha over something you're about to eat, okay? You do that to elevate the sparks out of it, right? With a certain intention, okay? The kavana right behind it.
Right.
What do the sages tell us about people who do things without the proper intentions?
It's like a body without a soul.
So let's say if a person does a bracha over some food and they don't think that there's holy sparks that they're going to elevate out of it.
Okay, so Tanya actually discusses this at some length in the latter chapters in the 40s, and he explains things. I mean, it's. Were you listening to those chapters while we were discussing them?
I haven't listened to your, like I said, the first Tanya section that I did with you guys was last week.
Okay, so maybe you should go back and listen to those things.
Yeah, fair enough. So there's an idea that obviously if you don't have the proper kavana intentions, my whole point since the beginning of talking with you guys is that reincarnation obviously is a very vital point. Matter of fact, it's part of Oral Torah, and the written Torah and the entire the faith and tradition of the Torah is so connected with these secret some people call it secret traditions, reincarnation, malachim, different things like this. But it's so vital to it that while a person is performing certain mitzvahs and commandments, if they don't have this perception, right, this intention, then what are they doing, Jacob?
Okay, so I have to say, I think you really need to spend more time studying Tanya, because he explains that while there's certainly these lofty and great reasons why you want to do mitzvot completely, and frankly, in halakhic man, I mean, the fact is, when you do the mitzvah, even if you do it in a way that is not perfect, it's still a good thing. And
right.
I mean, these are things which are explained at length.
Yes, and I understand. Yeah, obviously the mitzvahs will be for you in the world to come, and yes, but
yeah, look, I am all for people doing things with kavanot, but the kavana, the only kavana you have to have, the only kavana you ever have to have with any mitzvah is I am doing it because God said so.
Yes.
I'll tell one of my favorite stories of the Baal Shem Tov, and then I'll tell you what was so funny. But when I told the story to, when I was at Or Sameach, it's a Litvish yeshiva, I told this story to somebody, and I'll tell you afterwards what he said. So the story goes, someone was. The Baal Shem Tov was in a small town, in a synagogue in a small town, and a man comes up to the Baal Shem Tov with his siddur and says to the Baal Shem Tov, I know how to read, but I don't understand the words. And I don't know where I'm supposed to start reading and where I'm supposed to stop reading. So every day I read my Siddur from beginning to end. And he asked the Baal Shem Tov if you could tell me where, like, which prayers I'm supposed to say on which days and stuff like that. So the Baal Shem Tov takes pieces of colored paper and puts it into his Siddur, where he should start his weekday Shachrit and weekday Mincha and weekday Arvit and Shabbat, right? So he has various sections, right? And the two of them say goodbye, and both of them leave the synagogue, and they're going in opposite directions. And this man, a strong wind comes and knocks the Siddur out of his hand, and all of the pieces of colored paper fall out of the Siddur. So he collects all the pieces of the Siddur, and interesting. Chazi says, only in the last year my grandfather allowed me to bring up Kabbalah in our learning sessions. Very interesting. He collects all the pieces of colored paper, and he turns back to go catch up to the Baal Shem Tov to ask him to put the papers back into the Siddur. And as he's trying to catch up to the Baal Shem Tov is going very, very fast, and he's running, and he's having difficulty catching up. And the Baal Shem Tov gets to a cliff, and he takes out his handkerchief and he jumps and slowly falls to the ground at the bottom of the cliff. And so the guy sees that the Baal Shem Tov did this, and he takes out his handkerchief, and he also jumps, and slowly he falls to the bottom of the cliff. And he's still trying to catch up to the Baal Shem Tov, and they get to a river, and the Baal Shem Tov drops his handkerchief onto the river and steps on the handkerchief and slides across the river. And so the guy does the same thing. He takes his handkerchief, he drops it onto the river, he walks onto it, he slides across. And finally, the Baal Shem Tov gets to a clearing, and he stops to do his meditations. And the guy finally catches up to the Baal Shem Tov and explains that the Siddur got knocked out of his hand, and he asked the Baal Shem Tov, could you please put the papers back into my Siddur? And the Baal Shem Tov asks him, how did you catch up to me? He says, well, I saw what you did, and I just did the same thing. And the Baal Shem Tov said to him, it's fine. You just keep on praying how you were praying before. Now, I told this story to this guy, and he said to me, I don't believe it. What do you mean you don't believe it? It's like, I don't believe it. The Baal Shem Tov would have never done that. Like, why? He says, because do you know how many brachot labatala that guy was saying every day? Look, the
Do you know?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the Kabbalists would say even if a person isn't having the right kavanah, he's just reading the Hebrew in his prayers. The reason being is because it's in Hebrew. Okay, and those Malachim.
You completely failed. I'm sorry.
Well, there's Hebrew there. There's a point. There's really important that I'm trying to say that the
No,
language is
it's not. It really is not. I'll tell you a different story of the Baal Shem Tov.
Okay.
So it was Rosh Hashanah, and the Baal Shem Tov was praying, and suddenly in the middle of the evening prayers, the Baal Shem Tov stopped praying. And everybody was waiting quietly for a very long time, waiting for the Baal Shem Tov. And suddenly in the back of the synagogue, this young child had a whistle, and he took out the whistle and he whistled. And I forget if maybe it was Yom Kippur, maybe it was Shabbat. Even on Yom Tov, even though it was a child, right? It's not Hashmat Kol. It's not something we do, right? And after so they stopped him. And afterwards, the Baal Shem Tov started praying again. And they finished the prayers, and the Baal Shem Tov said that he had stopped praying because he could feel that there was a spiritual edict. There was something that was hanging over the community, and he was trying to find the right kavanot, the right intentions, the right prayers in his prayers, and to nullify this decree.
Wow.
But that child, because of that one pure note that shattered the silence, right? Because that child who didn't know how to pray was, from the pureness of his heart, used even a whistle on Yom Tov at least, that pierced through the edict that the Baal Shem Tov was considering. So the language, okay, you say the letters, you say the words. I mean, one of the most beautiful things, one of the reasons I love Chazi, despite all of his many, many, many faults, is when he told me that he knows his prayers so well in Hebrew, because obviously he knows Hebrew, and he's been praying them since he was a child, that he deliberately prays in English to slow himself down. That's a beautiful thing. So that he will pay attention to the meaning of the words. He uses an English translation, so he'll actually read what he's reading. It's a beautiful thing.
Absolutely. Amazing. Oh my gosh.
Now, if he were to buy a Sidur in Kavanot, and maybe a little bit have more Kavanah, according to the teachings of the Arizal, that might be a better way of slowing down his prayers than translating to English, in my opinion. But it was still a beautiful thing.
I would like to ask you, what would you do if you've seen a Torah scroll in Greek?
I actually very much so. Before I spoke to Father Stephen DeYoung, I had heard, the Talmud. I mean, the Mishnah, the Talmud talks about writing in Greek, and there are some commentaries on the Talmud which say that means that you simply use Greek letters, but it's still the Torah, right? So like instead of Aleph, you write Alpha. Instead of Bet, you write Beta, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that, I thought that was pure shtuyot. But when I spoke to Father Stephen DeYoung, he said that he thought that was a possibility because there were people apparently who did similar things to help people be able to. And when you look at the Septuagint, you see that the translation is very, very wooden, which is absolutely.
I mean,
yeah, but it's surprising.
They purposely changed.
Yes, but no. But like in certain places, it's so obvious that they're trying to maintain it in such a way that someone. So one of the things that he said is that Koine Greek may have in fact been Jewish Greek.
Yep.
In the same way as Yiddish is a Jewish German and Ladino is a Jewish Spanish, Koine Greek may have been a Jewish Greek.
Yeah, right.
And so obviously nowadays we don't have any tradition for or reason to write the a Torah scroll in the Greek, but it seems to me that rather than a translation, and obviously we don't have a Septuagint of Chamishah Chumshei Torah, which follows, which tracks with what the Talmud says. But it seems to me that if you were to make one, you would. If I were asked to make one, the only one I could think of that would be kosher would in fact be using Alpha instead of Aleph, Beta instead of, as opposed to trying to translate it.
Yeah. I find it very interesting, the idea of translating and the dissemination of this information over human history. It's extremely interesting. Especially interpreting it through the lens of Torah, right? This idea of the scattering of the 70 nations. And, translating into languages is always like a sticky subject, especially in Judaism. The more, firm we are.
It really does matter who does it, though. It really does.
I think it matters more on what kind of soul you have, to tell you the truth, rather than what they've got. If you've got a wicked soul and you're reading a wicked writing, it's going to affect you negatively. But if you've got an extremely holy soul and you read a Rasha's writing, you're going to be able to elevate from whatever was in it out of it, and then you eat the fruit, throw away the peel.
Shaul, very, very few people in this generation have such souls.
Well, fine. Fair enough. We're too late in the game. I mean, if that's what you're gonna toss in, go ahead. I mean, brother, we're here. Like, we're here, and if this is that's how you're gonna toss in this time, that's okay. Like I said, I understand that there is that in the days of Mashiach, where there are people who decide to study Mishnah.
Not in the days of Mashiach, Shaul.
We are almost there.
Almost there is very nice.
Next year in Jerusalem. Amen.
But we're not. I mean, until we're there. So this is another.
So before he comes, it's the Erev Shabbat, right?
So look, if you get to if there's a 100-foot bridge, and you've gone 99 feet, and the 100th foot of the bridge isn't there, you're gonna fall. You have to walk all the way across the bridge.
Yes, I think I know what you're saying. what I'm trying to say is, for the generation that we are in right now, okay. I think that you know that there are enough rabbis right now, and there wouldn't be this if there wouldn't be so many English translations of such high.
I am absolutely astonished at the stadiums that are being rented out every 7.5 years. The Siyum Hashas gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and there are more people making a Siyum on the entirety of Shas every cycle than in the whole entire history of Judaism ever studied the entire Talmud.
Yeah, people are really studying a lot of Talmud. Yes.
Baruch
Now,
Hashem.
Baruch Hashem, yes, Baruch Hashem. I believe that's for some souls, 100%. And now I don't say I don't study don't study Mishnah, and I will have a full. I mean, Baruch Hashem, I will have a full Shas under my belt one of these days. But, I mean, but we're in a stage that I believe where there's going to be.
I am very, very hopeful that Mashiach will come before 216 years from today.
Which 216 is a very interesting number.
It is, but we're at 5784, and it seems to me that Mashiach has to come before the year 6000. But if he doesn't, he doesn't.
Yeah, but I'm more concerned. It's interesting with the tikkun that all of Israel is going to be experiencing, and obviously I side with Rabbi Nachman talks about this, Tanya talks about this, Zohar, Arizal, all of the great rabbis talk. Well, no, I can't say all of them. I mean, I know that there are people who disagree, but it's going to come to the study of the Zohar, right? And there are people like yourself who poskin that, oh, you can't study the Zohar unless it's in the original this, original that, as if the light.
Anything. I'm just saying, look, if you're going to use a translation, use a translation that of someone who is worthy to translate such a text.
Yeah. I'd be willing to learn more about I mean, honestly, I don't know the whole controversy between Rav Berg, but I will say this. His translation of the Zohar has affected many people I know very, very profoundly. And I don't even think it's his translation. I think actually, what was it, Frog on here actually noted that the translation isn't his translation. It's actually Rav Yehuda Ashlag. So Rav Yehuda Ashlag's kosher.
Rav Ashlag did not translate it to English.
I will have to look at what he said here. But somebody did this English translation, and when you do when you look at the Aramaic that's directly above it, if you've got any questions, it's not like they've got a conspiracy to fool somebody here and what the Zohar is saying.
It's not a matter of conspiracy to fool someone. That's not what I'm saying. Okay, so Zephaniah 3:9, my motto verse out of the Torah. Ki az epoch elamim safa berra likro chulam b'shem Hashem la'ovdo Shem echad. For then I will convert the peoples to a purer language, that they may all call upon the name of the Lord to serve him with one consent. One of my favorite verses, and one I quote constantly. I used to end all of my videos with that verse. The verse before it is one of the few verses, I believe there's only 2 verses in the entirety of the Torah which has every single letter of the Hebrew alphabet, including all the sophites. It's a very, very scary one. Not sure if we should translate it, but I'll read it at least. Lachen chaku li ne'um Hashem. Liyom kumi la'ad ki mishpati le'esof goyim lekofsi mamlachot lishpoch alehem za'ami kol charon api ki beish kin'ati ta'achel kol ha'aretz. Therefore wait for me, says the Lord, until the day that I rise up to the prey. For my determination is to gather the nations, that I may assemble the kingdoms, to pour upon them my indignation, all my fierce anger, for all the earth shall be devoured with the fire of my jealousy. And like Rabbi Broidowitz points out, the Vilna Gaon apparently somehow made a calculation that the war of Gog and Magog would last only 12 minutes. And people asked for many, many years, how could it be? What is a war that lasts only 12 minutes? But of course, after World War II, it became something we understood. A war that lasts 12 minutes is quite a possibility, unfortunately.
Well, I have two things. For one, what is this pure language that this is talking about?
It's Hebrew.
Okay, thank you. And who is he saying? Who's going to convert? Who's going to get this pure language? Who did you say?
Well, I mean, right? Yes. No.
Okay,
You're, there's a reason I teach Hebrew on my class, on my.
I know, I understand. Right. But I just wanted to make this clear with the idea of the Zohar and things like this. But the next thing. Okay.
The Zohar is not in Hebrew; it's in Aramaic.
Exactly, for a reason. But it's not that it wasn't. It's not that the teachings in it are not found in the.
Okay, but you know what? It may be the Rashbi was right.
That right? What?
That it needs to be hidden behind.
It is hidden, right? It's got to be translated. It's got to be translated
that way.
So, but this is, and this is probably why there's so much, a lot of times within the Orthodox communities, the Zohar was translated into Hebrew, okay? And when you translate certain parts of the Zohar into Hebrew, the Malachim become aware. And if you're not in the right proper state of purity, things will happen, okay? And so I can see where you probably have some, hey, I can't study this, because there's possibly something that can be dangerous to your soul, which I agree. But so my point here is it's not that if somebody reads it and I'm
you're not
okay.
Getting it. You're really not getting it. Like you're like, I'm sorry, like I don't know how many times like we've gone over the same thing over and over again. Like, so you're really not getting, like, there. I am not anti-Zohar. I'm not, but in order to pick up a Zohar and read it by yourself,
who says I'm reading it by myself for one?
Well,
I'm not reading it by myself.
I don't know who you're learning it from, but
obviously I'm learning it from somebody.
Yeah, apparently, but I don't know who that person is, and I don't know if I trust that person.
Sure.
I mean, what can I tell you? Like, there are orders to things, and there need to be orders to things. I mean, if you're not on my Discord server, but yeah, you are. You've noticed my Discord server has a lot of hierarchy. Like, hierarchy matters. I have no idea what Chazi's trying to say. Atidim batei karkasaot lahapech labatei knesiot ubetei midrashot. I have no idea what batei karkasiot are. But I am sure they will all turn into Betei Knesiot and Betei Midrashot. Okay, we've been going for over 4 hours. Was there any final thing you wanted to discuss before we end the stream?
No, I don't want to add no more controversy into the stream. I think we can end it here for tonight.
Okay. Good night, people.
Good night. Thanks for having me.